Hello. Let's see. Why is it not showing up? There we go. Neat. Neat, 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 neat. Yeah, hello. Welcome back. I'm gonna keep playing. I'm gonna finish this game. So I've been a little sick. I mean, everyone has been sick. So I got this eye thing. So if I'm not playing that well this stream, it's because I literally can't see anything. I got this eye infection thing, and my doctor basically gave me this cream that you have to put under your eyelid, and it's not very comfortable. It's not great. Gotta say. I've been trying to just get a lot of rest and feeling better. And I'm getting a little restless because there isn't that much to do, I guess, other than play games. So I've been playing the new Spider-Man game, and it's pretty good. I like it. It's not I don't think it's like amazing so far. It's really good, but I feel like there's something that might be missing for me. Maybe it picks up after I play some more. I'm not sure yet, but hopefully it picks up. I mean, Insomniac makes really good games. There's a reason why I'm still playing Ratchet and Clank so many years later. And by the way, if I'm sniffly, if I sound weird, it's because I'm sick. Like everyone in my family has been really sick for the last week or so. Oh yeah, I don't have the encoder yet. There's gonna be so many games to play. There's gonna be... I need to finish Spider-Man, and then I need to finish Resident Evil 4 DLC, and then I have to play Alan Wake 2. There's just a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Spaces earbuds. I think I've heard of them. At least I think I have. I haven't tried them, but there's a lot of really good cheap earbuds out there that just people don't know about, because there's something about humans and just assuming that brands are always the best quality option. So instead of just trying out some cheap alternatives that have good reviews, we tend to be like, well, it's probably not that good, and then we go for something that's more expensive because we think it's gonna be better, and then it turns out it's not that much better than the cheaper option. So that's why I recommend always checking tests and online reviews first, because you'll be surprised by just how many good cheap earbuds are out there. A lot of the more serious websites have ways of testing it that basically measures the what's the name for it? It's the thing where they check for the bass response and frequency response, and if the test comes out and they have really good bass frequencies and mids and highs and everything, then you can usually assume that it's a really decent couple of headphones or earbuds or whatever. The thing is, a lot of the really expensive earbuds and earphones and stuff that you can get today, Unless they're like very specifically patented, like the ones that I got, the Maxwells. Unless they have a special patent, you can basically get the cheap, the cheap Chinese knockoff version for a 1/10 of the price of the brand one. It's kind of funny because it's basically the exact same. It's the same hardware. It's the same everything. It's just like the software is different. That's the only difference. So it's basically the identical headphones because it's made by the same factory. It's made with the same parts. It's made with the same everything. But it just doesn't have the brand logo on it. That's like the only difference. I think there's something about humans just really liking bass, I guess. I don't know if there's some sort of science behind that. Maybe it's because we find bass like we hear a lot of bass when we're a fetus, right? We're in the womb, and everything goes whoosh whoosh. Maybe that makes us like the bassy stuff because it makes us feel good, feel safe. I don't know. It is interesting how we. I swear I read somewhere that there's like a theory about we liking music because it's like the heartbeat and everything. I wonder how I sound. I haven't done a sound check, so I don't know if I sound very different or not. I don't think I sound very different. I just think I probably sound sick. My eyes are kind of tearing up as well because, you know, eye infection. So if my Vtuber looks weird, it's because I look weird. I look a little sick. And not sick as in I look sick as hell, but I just look ill. But yeah, always do your research when you're getting something new. Because you'll often find that you can get something for cheap that is the same quality or even better by simply just making sure you pick a brand that doesn't necessarily isn't like the big name brand, but something that uses the same parts.
Ratchet, I have reconfigured the teleporter pad to auto-equip your disguise. It's the latest in nano.
A lot of audio stuff is also down to the app and how it's designed, because I believe I believe that a lot of it is down to tuning, because they have to like they have presets for how each headphone and earbud sound, and they can adjust the EQ and adjust the sound profile. And if they do a bad job of that, then it doesn't matter how good of how good the hardware is. If you're doing a bad job of adjusting the frequency response and making something out of the hardware. So a lot of it comes down to, you can make a cheap pair of headphones sound pretty good if you know what you're doing in the design department and in engineering. So it really comes down to that sometimes as well. And yeah, you can do a lot at home as well with your own EQ settings. If you like the bassy stuff, you can always turn up the bass on the EQ. And as long as it doesn't distort, as long as it sounds fine, as long as it doesn't like, as long as the bass doesn't turn muffled or any other sounds are disappearing, then it means the drivers are handling the audio well enough to where you can basically push the EQ a little bit without losing any clarity. I'm still in speedrunning mode, I see, because I'm trying to skip the cutscenes. I've been playing our Resident Evil RE4, the separate ways or something, I think it's called. And I'm doing S plus runs, and they're going pretty well so far. I've gotten to professional and hardcore. I love how he has the costume on top of his armor.
Do you mind telling us what you're doing working for
There I was, surrounded by Tachyon's minions.
Which means you used your powers as a world-class suck-up to save
A
your
little mustache sticking through his armor. That's fun. Flaming Cragmite. I can do that.
I'm told these Chericlons hail from the war.
Yeah, I wish I could show you my Maxwell headphones too. They're pretty good. The sub bass on these are extremely, really good. It sounds like a movie theater, basically. It's easy to assume that, oh well, you shouldn't pay too much for headphones and you shouldn't pay too much to do this and that, until you've actually tried something that's high quality and you realize, oh, okay, there's a reason why there's different tiers of hardware. There's like a difference here that I didn't know about because I've never tried anything that's more expensive than I'm used to. Once you actually try it out, you realize, oh, okay, so it's pretty clear that there's a pretty substantial difference between the high quality stuff and the not so high quality stuff. I used to use these pretty cheap Haas headphones for like 10 bucks in high school, and then someone made fun of me for it. And the thing is, I had money to buy something better. I just hadn't. So I was made fun of, and I went, okay, well, I have the money to get something better, so I'll just get something better. And when I got like a more expensive pair of headphones, I realized just how shitty those cheap ones were. So it's kind of like, yeah, you shouldn't bully people, you shouldn't be mean. I mean, especially if someone doesn't have the money for anything better. But that experience led me into understanding that there's actually a huge difference between a very cheap, bad pair of headphones and a pair of good ones.
Let's see how our challenger does with only one.
Oh, I should have upgraded this. Because I don't know if I can... I can't probably. They're a lot tougher on New Game Plus. Even though I have all my weapons, almost all my weapons fully upgraded, it's really tough to kill them without getting the Omega upgrade or whatever it's called in this one.
In just a few moments, we'll be raffling off.
Okay, I need to get the Omega upgrade.
Purchase your tickets at the concession stand.
Have any of you gotten like eye infections and had to use like a cream on your eyes? Because I've only used eye drops before. This is the first time I've gotten a cream for it. The cream is extremely effective and it's extremely goopy, and it makes my eyesight all blurry in a way that cannot be... You can't really do anything about it because it's like goopy stuff directly on your eyes, so everything has like this glowing halo effect around it. It's really nice though when you put it on because it has like a soothing effect, so all the burning and itching kind of goes away for a while, and then you start to tear up again, and then you realize, oh well, I have to go put on more of it.
This match has been brought to you by Broadcasting Chewable Vitamins. Get healthy by eating these.
It's an interesting experience. I'll say that.
It just can't seem to land a hit, folks. This guy must be more irritated than a one-legged droid in a butt-kicking contest.
Ah. Regimite's evil. I'm surprised I'm actually able to read the chat at all. Especially with the white text, because it's like glowing.
It's inspiring to think that just a few years ago, this arena was a daycare center for trouble.
Come on. I need to upgrade my weapons, holy crap. It takes forever to kill them. I'm probably gonna do this later because I need to get more money, or bolts I mean, so I can actually get my upgrades, because this is going painfully slow.
I'm mentally involved, curling into a fetal position and mentally projecting myself into what I call a happy place.
The irony is that right now, with me feeling kinda sick, it feels like I'm doing the Vtuber voice more than I normally do. You know the Vtuber voice when people like, they make their voice like this, and they're like a Vtuber, and they're like doing they're doing the thing, you know. I feel like it sounds like I'm doing that right now. I have all these upgraded. Yes. My eyes, they hurt. My eyes, they hurt. Maybe I'll come back to this later because I don't. This. Yeah, after the update, some of the textures are kind of bugging out a little bit. The previous build of the emulator was a little bit more stable, at least with the textures. It hasn't crashed, so it's more stable in terms of not crashing. It's obviously not crashing, but... Oh yeah, I don't have the thing yet. I can't... Yeah. I think I go to the next planet now, right? It's been a while since I played, so I forget.
Alright, let's find out what Tachyon's up to.
I don't need to. He's evil. I got it. He's up to evil stuff. We all know. Yeah. The smuggler. Alright, shit. Oh. I jinxed it by saying it hasn't crashed. I guess the particle effects are pretty intensive. Okay, let's just start the game again. It usually crashes around this part. Okay, so whenever I take a sip of my soda, it looks like I'm opening my mouth for some reason. I think it's because it loses tracking, and then it goes like, oh, his mouth is open now. I think maybe I shouldn't have updated my emulator. Maybe I should have stayed on the more stable version. Maybe I can roll it back later. But then again, I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna be playing this game forever. Oh wait, when you do the transport, does his armor change? Oops. Was that just in my head, or did his armor change when I did the thing? Nope. Have you ever thought about how violent these games actually are? I mean, you are killing animals constantly in these games. I remember being a little uncomfortable with it when I was younger, how like you would kill a bunch of animals and living things so recklessly. Yeah, he his armor, he doesn't have his armor when he goes through the teleporter.
It was fun. Can we do it again?
I don't know if that's an oversight or if it's like they would have to do the effect for every individual armor piece, and I didn't want to do that.
All the souls we need, Ratchet. We should get back to the smuggler.
The smuggler. Don't worry, Clank. I need money. I want money. I want the golden Groovetron. I want that. It costs 2 million bolts. Once I gotten that, I can start upgrading weapons. Oh wait, did I overshoot? Did I go past the thing?
Sorry, I cannot
Not sure.
help it.
Alright, shit. Alright, shithead. Sounds like he's about to say that. Sorry. Ah, my eyes are burning. Holy shit. I might have to take a little break after a while to just put in more cream in my eyes, because there's been a while since I've actually reapplied. The thing is, the funny thing is that when you wink, you slowly push all the cream out of your eye, so all of the stuff in your eyes start to run, like it collects underneath your eye after a little while. So I'm like completely, it's so weird to look at myself in the mirror, because whenever I've been a few hours since I applied the cream, I will have like completely like what's the name for it? A glossy skin. My skin is like covered in this grease, in this eye grease, and it looks really weird. It looks like I've been crying olive oil.
Welcome to...
It is very nice though that we have so many medicines and stuff that helps, because I don't know what I would have done if I couldn't put the goopy stuff on my eyes to make them feel better. I wonder what they did back in the day when people got eye infections. like in the olden times, the big old back in the days when you didn't have any stuff to use on your eyes. You had nothing to treat infections with. Your eyes would just I guess your eyes would just go blind or something. It would have to fix itself, or your eyes just, I don't know, you just went blind or something. Okay, who's sending me messages? Ah, okay. It's just friendos. Yeah, I think I'd be kind of screwed over if I was born in a time where medicine was not readily available. People talk about how they want to go back and live in this time. I assure you, you do not. You do not want to go back in time and live in a. If anything, I want to go ahead and go into the future instead, because stuff is only gonna get better in the future. You know, stuff isn't always that great in the past. Like there's a lot of stuff in the past that kind of sucked. There's a lot of diseases that would kill you. You got a really bad cough or something that could kill you, and there is no real way to treat it, unless you believe those doctors who tried to treat people with leeches, which is not a good idea. They have stopped using leeches for a good reason. Yes, hello Anthalos, welcome back. But yeah, I would not want to live in a different time era, especially considering that they thought leeches were a very sound and good medical treatment for things. Yeah, yes, Burger King. I do like burger. I found that Burger King tends to be a lot better in Europe than it is in the US. You know, in general, actually. I got a skill point without even knowing what form. I think McDonald's and Burger King and everything is just better in Europe because of the food standard here being higher. Like the raw goods and everything, when you're in the US, you're basically eating cardboard. It's like it's 50% cardboard because that's legal according to the FDA or something. I was very disappointed in a lot of the food that I had in the US. Maybe I would just went to some very bad places and got very unlucky. But for a country that prides itself on its diversity of food, and especially the kind of food they have, with a lot of like tasty stuff, I didn't have that much tasty stuff over there. I gotta say, it was kind of disappointing. I'm all disappointed. You know, I've had better stuff here in Norway. Maybe it's just because I'm very particular about what I like and what I don't like, and the way stuff is made or the quality and everything in the US is just different in a way where it's not satisfactory for me. Maybe I'm a snob. Maybe that's just my problem. Maybe to get the quality I would want, I would have to go to one of those really expensive places that no one can afford.
Well, thank you kindly, friend. Pleasure doing. What?
I don't know where the Groovatron guy is. I guess I'll just use this. Also in Spain, they're totally made locally. Ingredients no. Yeah, Norway has like this protectionist food culture here. So there's almost all the ingredients in Norway is usually local, and it's very strict, and it's very like pro farmer and very pro local agriculture produce. It's kind of like trying to keep the food industry alive here, so that foreign produce doesn't beat out the farmers here, because you don't want a country that relies on food from foreign markets, because if the foreign markets collapses and you don't have a way to feed your population, that's pretty bad. So I think it's probably a good idea to maintain a certain type of protectionism for your food, so that your country can reliably produce food for your own population. Because it's it's not a good idea to become wholly reliant on external markets for food and food sources. Hello, Jam. Hello. Ah. I'm sorry, I can't see that much. I know a lot of people get vertigo from playing these sections, but I never really felt that dizzy or nauseous or anything when I play this. I don't know if maybe I'm just built different or I perceive stuff in a different way, but I just never felt that dizzy or disoriented by this stuff. Right now it helps that my eyes are fucked, so I can't see anything happening anyway. I'm exaggerating.
Ratchet, I believe that is the maintenance elevator up ahead. That could be our point of entry.
No worries, Jam. Take your time. Flap.
Oh yeah! The Lombax secret is ours. Let's grab it and get out of here before Tachyon sends his armies in. Whoa, check out that terrarium.
It seems whoever constructed this station.
Oh yeah, I forgot to look out this window, I think, in the original playthrough. I was so busy looking at this, because these are like planets you visit in other parts of the series. Honestly, using anything besides the Rhino seems like a chore now. The Rhino is just too good.
Lay down your weapon so you may receive the aforementioned whooping.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder! Am I doing it right?
Stay in character, you darn fool.
All right. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
I love the sound design of these games. There's something very satisfying about the bolts, collecting the bolts and stuff.
Attention, young whippersnapper! This is Chief Admiral Clank.
It has that casino effect, you know what I mean? When
Desist all youthful
the money pays out and it all hits the little metal thing, it makes the satisfying clinking noise. I'm sure that's what they're trying to go for too, emulating that casino money noise effect.
He's breaking into the
Water looks interesting. I would say that's the one of the things that haven't aged that well. The surface. Oh, little debris there. I don't know how much is like an emulator thing or how much is a how the original game just looked. It's really hard to tell sometimes because this game was never meant to be played at 4K, so the assets being upscaled into this level is something that the developers never probably had in mind. Ah, damn it. It's hard to keep my multiplier going when I'm constantly struggling to see.
Welcome. Hey! I can stand those, you vandal!
Come on, I can clearly see that there's gonna be things popping out. Yes.
Heed, young whippersnapper! Heed!
Even half blind, I can tell that there's clearly a bunch of turrets in the ground. Huh.
Ratchet, perhaps we should reason with them.
Sure. They promised to give me the Lombax secret. I promise not to blow them up.
So the thing I like the most about the Future series is that it feels like they planned out a lot of this way more than they did for the other games. They had like the whole series planned out with like the stories and different villains, and you feel like there's some connecting tissue between all of the lore and the game from start to finish. I guess the only game that felt like they didn't, like, they were unable to do what they planned on doing is Nexus, Into the Nexus. It felt like they had a plan, they had a lot of these villains and these stories planned out, and then they either couldn't do it or they lost the creative head of whoever was in charge of the series, and they kind of like, they had to wrap it up somehow, but they didn't have like a... The plan was no longer working, or stuff changed enough to where they didn't have a consistent plan anymore. They had like a outlining or a blueprint, but they didn't... they didn't have the means to finish the story the way they originally intended. Because if you look at Tools of Destruction and A Crack in Time, it feels a lot more conjointed and a lot more like they had a plan, they were sticking to a vision they had. Oh, the door wasn't supposed to be open.
At least 2 crates of piracy.
Wait, is the door still open? Or did it close? Okay. It feels like as time went on, the plan didn't work out, or something happened.
Who did you say gave you this thing?
Ratchet, I'm sending you the coordinates to our Dolus. Sorry if I sound rude back at the station.
It is funny that Tara Strong is voicing the
I'll see you soon.
Twilin? I forget her name. Kind of completely didn't remember that part. Last time I tested the emulator before I started this series, I tested out Into the Nexus. And Tolan. It's confusing because it's like a T and then a W and then L and Y and something. I don't. My dyslexia makes it even harder to even remember how to spell it out. It's like twal and twel. Something with an A and a W and a. It's impossible to remember.
Mega leaks bombs fail, but when regular leaks bombs
Oh, okay. I have to go back to the original, the other planet to get the golden Groovatron. Maybe it's like Twalen? I don't know. Like that's armor guy. Gimme golden Gravitino.
Oh, hey, you Slick! You're back! Sorry, Slick!
Wait, oh, 2 million Raritanium. I thought it was, holy crap. I thought it was
Come back anytime!
bolts. Well, that changes everything. Oh well. I think I only have like 60,000 Raritanium.
Chief.
Okay, no, I got 245.
Snoop around, Chief. You got a right to protect yourself.
Oh, you know what? Since I'm already all like halfway, I might as well just save up for the Omega version of the Rhino. That would be a way easier to complete the game with the Rhino. The Rhino. My throat really hurts, and everyone in my family has been really sick. And my eyes are watery, and my vision is blurry. So if I'm not doing my best, that's why. Oh yeah, when I'm singing, I'm probably off beat because there's like a slight delay of my audio being processed. So I should probably not sing because it's gonna drive people who are like myself actually, who was very easily annoyed by offbeat stuff. Crazy. Gonna drive them crazy. Gonna drive them crazy. Oh, what? There we go. The 2000s, 2010s and stuff was like a simpler time. It was real nice to just have like an era where everything was kind of new in terms of media. There was like new media or whatever you can call it, with rediscovering stuff, and there's so many new cool movies and things happening, and everything felt fresh and new. Maybe it's because it was all new to me that I feel that way. But right now I feel like everything is just rehashes of like old original stuff, like even my favorite movies and stuff are all things that are remade or remakes of something else. Like Blade Runner 2049 is like, it's just a sequel to a movie from the 80s. It's not really a new intellectual property or anything interesting or new per se. It's just like, I don't know, it feels like everything is getting recycled. Everything has to be like a safe bet and safe investment. I kind of feel like art is dying almost compared to when I was younger. Everything has to be like Marvelized. Everything has to be like superhero Marvel stuff now. Yeah, I mean, look at A24. They are extremely successful, and it's because they make really weird art films, like indie art films and stuff. Also, I'm sorry to hear about your family being a little emotional, Jam. I get that. Sometimes living at home can be pretty tiresome, to say the least. What? The cutscene lasted for so long that my character forgot how to jump. The thing about family is that there's something about the history with your family that makes them very... They treat you very differently than they would anyone else. And they always treat you like you're a kid and you're like a brat. And that makes you bratty. It makes you act in a way that is immature because they treat you as immature. And it's like an endless cycle where you're always kind of like at odds with your parents a little bit, just because you feel like they never really treat you as you want them to treat you, if that makes sense. I think it's the property mindset thing, where parents always see you as their property, and when you're an adult, they kind of resent you for having autonomy, because now it's like they can't treat you like they own you anymore, so they get even more annoyed and angry with you when you don't want to do everything they say, because you have bodily autonomy now. So they get angry because they can't just, I don't know, bully you and coerce you into doing stuff for them. So they get way more aggressive and a lot more like the way parents change their way with you is very telling about what their priorities are and how they feel about you and raising kids and how they see bodily autonomy of children. Because you don't feel like you have much of a choice when you're younger. You kind of just have to go along with whatever your parents say in terms of like what kind of clothes you wear, your haircut, who you're friends with. I mean, they control everything. Feels like you have no agency almost. I don't think that's a unique experience either. I think that's a very common one, sadly. And it's something that follows a lot of people into their adulthood, where their parents aren't less controlling when they're older, so they're still exhibiting a lot of those really negative traits of being very willing to misunderstand you and cause a lot of fuss if you don't do everything they say immediately. But there's some cool parents out there who actually I feel like my parents have done a very, very good job at adjusting their treatment of me as time has gone on.
That enemy is electrified. We need to keep a safe distance.
There's still parts or times where it feels like they're unfairly treating me for something that they should know better by now, that I'm not comfortable with, and as an adult I should be able to say no in a polite way without being treated poorly for it. But that's not as common anymore. It's rare that it goes that far, you know. My parents are more willing to just
Ratchet, come in. I've got the artifact.
to just go along with it and be like, oh well, okay, well you're an adult now, so whatever. I guess we can't force you, which is correct. You can't force me anymore. I'm an adult. So I think there is parts of being a kid, and you have to learn like how to do stuff. Like you obviously don't want to go to school, but you have to because it's important. And you obviously have to go to the dentist, even though that's super scary. But you have to because I mean, cavities hurt, and you want your teeth to be okay. And you don't want to go to recitals because that's scary. That's a lot of people there, and like there's a lot of stuff you don't want to do, but you have to do. And when you're very young and you can't understand why you have to do something, I can understand parents making you do it, because it's like, well, obviously you can't just always listen to your kid and be like, well, my 2-year-old doesn't want to go to the bathroom, so I'm not gonna make him. And if you keep just doing that forever, it's like, oh well, he wants to wear a diaper. I know he's 23 now, but he doesn't want to use the bathroom, so I'm not gonna make him. Like obviously there's some there's some stuff you just have to do, and sometimes parents have to make you do it, because not everything can or should necessarily be comfortable experiences, or not. Stuff cannot always be pleasant, and that's like an important lesson you have to learn eventually. But I think the difference between being an adult and being a child is that when you're an adult, you know what's better for you, and you know what's best for you, compared to your parents. Because now your parents are just making you do stuff because they want you to, not because it's good for you necessarily or you have to do it. It's just because they believe you should do the thing. And a lot of times you don't have to do what. Okay. I was watching a podcast to frustration parents who had moved from 20s. Yeah, you don't want to move back in when you're in your 20s. That sucks. Because you lose all that autonomy you suddenly gained by being an adult, by setting your own time, setting your own routines, being able to eat, drink, cook, adjust everything after your schedule and make things work for you, instead of constantly having to make it work for your parents. Because that's kind of the difference. When you're a kid, you're never really allowed to do things that work for you. You have to always have to be like respectful to your parents, and you have to always adjust for what your parents think is best, because they don't care about what's best for you, what works for you. They just get annoyed if something you do is inconvenient for them. That they get annoyed. But if something is inconvenient for you, they just say, oh well, I'm your parents, so you have to accommodate for me. So it's never like a two-way thing. It's never like you never accommodate for each other. You always have to accommodate for your parents, and that's not a very healthy dynamic. You always want it to be a two-way street where both parties feel like they're being heard and seen and respected.
Clank, hop on that turret!
Avasti mangy bilge rat! This be Captain Slack, scourge of the galaxy, and runner-up in the Susie Sweet Homemade Butterscotch competition! Return our artifact, or face the gallows!
They are scanning our cargo. You didn't steal from them, did you?
It is smart to stay home and save up money, though. I'm not saying that's not a bad idea by any means. It's just it does eat away at you a little bit over time. Constantly have to deal with your parents asking you to accommodate for them and respecting them, but they so rarely ever respect you. It can be a very, very frustrating thing. What? And they no burger. Missing burger.
Now prepare to suffer the consequences!
Who do you blame for that? Do you blame the delivery people or do you blame the Burger King people? Dude, people who work in fast food, they must have like parts made of like I don't know how they can take it seriously. It's like you have to have immense energy, infinite energy, and just you just have to go on. You have to constantly use cocaine to be able to keep up with all the orders. I just don't get how anyone can even work in the fast food business for more than a few years without like dying from a heart attack. The stress from working at Burger King is probably more unhealthy than the burgers themselves. Like unironically, like you're more likely to get a heart attack from working at Burger King than you are from the Burger King burger itself. Burger Republic, true. Dismantle the burger royalties. No more burger royalty. No more burger. No more burger royals.
Harvesters, Captain! The rats just claimed another harvester, Captain!
I do love this concept. It's like it's a level that passes and you don't really think too much about it, but they're harvesting the solar flares and they're on the surface of a sun harvesting the energy. It's really cool. I like there's some high concept stuff in this. Yeah, most professions that involve a lot of customer service stuff is usually pretty tough on the soul. I wonder which profession has the most the highest rate of heart attacks. I assume it has to be something where you're working outside in very hot conditions with no AC, and it's very like physically demanding and stressful. Maybe like construction and or like farmer maybe. Truck drivers. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense with how long they stay awake and how inactive the job is, I guess. Firefighters. Huh. Janitor seems like an interesting one. I guess that could just be that a lot of people that become janitors often are not as high, like it's like seen as a job that you get if you're uneducated and come from a lower
Please take care of Clank and Zephyr. It's been a long
lower
time
income
since
housing
they've been in combat.
usually.
Try to look out for them, okay?
So maybe there's people with poor health working the janitor jobs, or people who are old who just work the jobs forever. I learned that the statistic that that dentists have a high rate of killing themselves is actually not true. It's like a made-up thing. I'm not sure why. Why would anyone make that up? I don't know why, but it's apparently just like a myth. There's no proof that they kill themselves at higher rates than other professions. Ah, interesting, Jam. Okay, so it was an older guy. It sounded like a young guy from how you described, because it feels like you have to be very energetic to be able to do a janitor job and be able to do singing and concerts and stuff. Come on, go on.
I haven't seen an explosion that pretty since the Phylax intrusion at the 8th parallel. Come on, let's head into the city. Look alive! We got incoming enemy forces.
Making tacos. Making tacos.
There's a huge battalion of troops headed straight for you. Take cover anywhere you can.
I'm so low energy today. I mostly just wanted to play a little bit because I haven't streamed in a while and I felt like I could use some purpose to just streaming a little bit. Oh yeah, after this fight I'm gonna have to go put more goop on my eyes because my eyes are getting dry, which is not good. And I just need to do that and then I'll be right back because it doesn't take that long. It's like a tube and then you pull your eyelids down and then you do like a line of, it looks like a line of looks like a white fish poop that you put in your eye. Oh yeah, and Thalos, this is the game that I remember where if you buy stuff, you refill your health. So whenever you use the vendor, you get your health back. Which is kind of overpowered in this game. I would say that it's probably good for the first time around when you play it, and then maybe they should disable it for New Game Plus. Because it makes stuff very easy. Makes it a little too easy. Okay, I almost got 5 million now, so I can soon get the Omega version of the Rhino. What are the turrets doing? Come on. What? What is happening? Why? Come on. He's a virgin.
Ratchet, come in. There's too much anti-spacecraft fire to land a ship anywhere near you. I'll try to find the location of the fuel from the air.
Remember how that used to be like a common joke in almost every media, where it was always like an insult or like always a thing like, oh haha, that person is a virgin or whatever. It used to be so common. Now I just never hear it, which is good, I guess, because it's not a really it's not a really good it's not a good joke. Like what really is the joke? Are you just being a bully? Is that the joke? And watching some of the old Adam Sandler films and stuff, it's really something. There's a lot of stuff that hasn't aged very well. A lot of media was extremely transphobic back then too. Like, it was just completely normal and common for a lot of movies and shows and stuff to do like jokes about cross-dressing. Even Lilo and Stitch has that one guy who keeps cross-dressing as humans. And it's supposed to be like, oh, he's kind of weird and fruity because he likes dressing like women. Like even in children's media, it was like very not uncommon to see them make fun of that stuff. Okay. Ah, there we go. I think the art direction and art design of this game is really strong. It makes the game kinda ageless in a way, where the art direction and everything is just so good that it kind of hides a lot of the stuff that hasn't aged well. I find this whole planet pretty cool, like how it funnels lava into tubes to make energy and stuff. That's fun. At least I think that's what's happening. Oh yeah, I gotta buy the thing.
Hey there, friend. Now.
Boing.
Attention citizen, you have unlawfully entered the Riken 5 lava refinery. Alerting Drop-Dead Detention Squad.
I'll illegally enter anywhere I like. Thank you very much. There's some really impressive effects in this. Oh, randomly popping in enough. There's some really impressive effects in this game, like particle effects and stuff. Like, I don't think about it, but there's a lot of really, like the particles around Ratchet when it's on this little thing. It looks really nice. And like how it rolls and everything and interacts with the world. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. A lot of the flame effects are look really good too. I mean, there's games made today that don't have flames that look this good. There's like games that still uses like PNGs of explosions. They just like have the explosion effect look like it's like an explosion, but it's just like a PNG that they increase the bloom on to make it look like it's like a thing actually happening.
This is where the coordinates lead.
The web.
Okay, hold on. I just gotta goop up my eyes a little bit because my eyes are very hurty. My eyes do be hurting. Just give me a second. It won't take long. I just need to like put some goop on my eyes.
Well, let's just say
Okay, I'm back. I got some more goop on my eyes. More goopy eyes. My dog is making a lot of noises and looking at me. I'm not sure what she wants. I'm giving her a little... I'm petting her on her head, giving her a little head pat. She's making so many noises.
Alright, Chief. What can we do
Oh, can I upgrade something after I've gotten the Omega version? Probably not. I'll find out, I guess.
Oh, hey there.
Yeah, I don't need to talk to you. It feels nice to have to get a fresh coat of goop on my eyes. I don't know why it hurts so much less when I get. It's probably because my eyes have problem moisturizing themselves because of the infection. That comeback doesn't make that much sense, to be honest. Then again, they're old, so I guess nothing they say make that much sense.
More souls. Remind me to choke that parrot next time we
Here's
see
your
him.
decryptor.
Oh, you can tell him. You were saying it to his face, actually. I love the little drum solo that this beat has. It sounds like popcorns. I know I said that last time, but it's just funny. Sounds like someone is just going crazy with the popcorn beat.
Ratchet, I believe I know the way to the testing facility. Hold on.
I'm excited to see my new place in December. It's gonna be what? Okay. It's gonna be nice to be able to make my apartment just the way I want it to be. We've been looking at some solutions, and because there was some issues with the tiling in the bathroom, we might use this thing called micro cement, which is like a you basically just slap cement on the walls. And oh, come on, why did they place the stupid head right in the way? You just smear cement on the walls, basically. It's like a type of cement, but it's meant for rooms that like bathrooms and stuff. So it's like it's not as expensive as getting new tiles, because you can just kind of put it over the old tiles, which is a huge benefit, because removing the old tiles and redoing a bunch of the work is what makes it less
The zoning
less
facility is
fun, I guess, or less
When this is over, we should probably have Big Al check you out.
this is
May have
a
Fred
lot
assist-
more work.
Ratchet, come in. Still no sign of the testing facility. Just a bunch of gel plants. I'll use Zephyr's subsurface imaging software to scan the planet's geology. Maybe it's underground.
So I think those round ones, the round things on the looks like little towers, I think those are called capacitors. And I think the little things on the walls around the board, those are transistors. The ones that makes up the little walls of the thing. I actually have a vague memory of this game crashing sometimes on the original PlayStation 3 as well. And it was usually the same place. It would usually be in here. It would crash a lot because of the one crate. I don't know why I suddenly remembered it now. But I do remember there being the one rogue crate over here. Not here. What? Yeah, over here on this platform. And I remember when I used to break this, the game crashed. It didn't this time, but in the original it usually would crash for some reason. At random. It could have been a coincidence too, of course. We humans do love pattern seeking, so ah. It is interesting that I completely forgot that they used Sargasso in Tools of Destruction. I always considered myself like a huge Ratchet and Clank fan, but I guess I was never that deep into the lore and the games, because I haven't played them enough to remember a lot of the stuff happening in most of them. Fake fan.
It seems the bolt crank activated the bridge.
The bolt crank? I didn't use a bolt crank. What are you talking about?
Technology.
I love the little gears and stuff in this. There's something very satisfying about the gears, you know? The way they interlock and move around and stuff. Oh, I can get the Omega version.
Clone weapon shop.
Neat.
Your gunship signature not far from.
Look at this.
What was that?
Looking good. Yeah, you don't have to show me every time. I'm not blind.
Ratchet, come in.
I know I got my eyes full goop, but I'm not blind.
We can try to lose them in the swamp. In the meantime, we should maintain radio silence. Talwyn out.
Talwyn. Okay, so her name is Talwyn. That's so difficult to remember, I'll be honest. Talwyn. It sounds like a Game of Thrones character. Talwyn. Halloween. Okay. Up. They explode. Yeah, I know you're a snack jam, but putting taco sauce on yourself won't make me want to eat you more. Maybe I can... No. Bad idea. Bad idea. I was like thinking maybe I could go a different way to make it less long. Oh, like this. Wait. Ah, bad idea. Can I? No. No worries, Jam. I'm just relaxing, playing the game.
Come on, it's right this way.
Ratchet, I am worried about Miss Apogee. She may have run into trouble.
I'll
She's
stream.
fine. She's got those two warbots.
I'll stream Quest of Booty when I'm feeling better. Because I don't want to start a new game or a new thing before I actually feel like I'm able to play it and actually comment on what's happening. Because right now I feel like I'm dying on the inside. Do I have the... Oh, I do. I have the Map-O-Matic. I thought maybe I had to get the Map-O-Matic again, but I guess I have it from the previous save, or the previous playthrough, I mean. Oh. Oh. This is a good spot for getting the multiplier up. No, don't crush me. Oh, there's nothing in here. It's just a golden bolt. But I already got all the golden bolts. Is there any... Yeah, there's one more. This little guy over here. Oh, little guy. Yeah, that's a good hide. Oh, why did it change the weapon? Oh, look at his little smile. Clank was like doing a little pogger's face. Look at him. Yeah. Doing a little pog face. Clank is my little pog champ. This is a fairly relaxing game though, actually. You can just kind of lean back and play it and like let your brain just flow. Because there isn't like much, when you're doing New Game Plus, there isn't too much happening. Since you already know the story and everything, it's just about like gathering a lot of bolts and having fun and using the weapons. I like the Rhino, it looks so cool. Oh yeah, did I get all the... Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Money, I'm getting so much money. Money. One of my favorite vines is the one where he does the video over the song, and it's like, I'm getting high with my baby, I'm going flying with my baby or something, and it's just the guy who did a vine with like him doing drugs with like a baby doll, and then he starts like flying through the air and stuff. It's very difficult to explain why it's funny, but the execution is just so good, the way it's shot. I think it's a Vine, I don't think it's a TikTok. Vine was such a different vibe and mood from TikTok, I just gotta say. I think there was something inherently... It's interesting that Vine didn't succeed, because it, like, everyone seemed to like it. Everyone was using it. So why did it fail? It must have been really poor management. Maybe it was just more profitable for them to be like, no, we're bankrupt, and then just bail out or something. I don't know. It seems weird to me. It was like so popular. And TikTok is like the exact same thing as Vine, and it just took over, and that's like super successful. TikTok is like probably the main source of income for China or whatever. I'm obviously not necessarily true, but you know what I mean. It's like extremely profitable. The amount of money that they can make on selling data that they get from the users on TikTok, it has to be like really, they're making bank. There's maybe Vine just didn't know how to monetize the platform, so all that the user data was kind of lost to a poor management. And then when someone else took over the concept, because they saw that it was popular, they decided, well, we just need to get people's data, and we just need to find a way to sell that, and that would make the platform extremely profitable. I know as an American, every company gets my data. Yeah, I mean, everyone's data is being mined and sold. It's something that you can't really do too much about. You can do your best to opt out of everything and opt out of any analytics, any data collection, any way you can prevent your data from being collected and sold, you can do, but 99% of people will just do the easy thing, which is to press the big green button that says agree to collect my data, and then you can go to the website. Because if you say no, you have to select which data you don't want them to collect, and you have to like go through a whole list and everything. And once you do that, it's like a law that, oh well, since we can't collect your data for more than this amount of time, it means you have to fill out and do this list again in like a few weeks or something. So even though you've been to the website many times and you've already filled out and you've already filled out the form many times, they're just gonna keep asking you to do it, because they're gonna be like, well, we're not collecting your data, so now you have to sign in all this information again because we can't collect your data. So they basically just make you do it enough times to where you're like, well, screw it, I'm just gonna collect. I'm just gonna press the green button that says you can collect all my data, because then I don't have to deal with this every time I want to read a single article that I saw. Even I would say that I'm principally against letting companies collect my data, and I try my best to always just disable any data collection. Even I do cave sometimes. Even I just go, you know, fuck it. I'm so sick of going to this website and it constantly being like, oh, dude, you have to tell us which data we are allowed to collect, you know, the GDRP, you know, you have to know it. and you have to sit there for like 20 minutes and fucking fill out a whole paper form bullshit thing, and you have to like put tons of work into it. So sometimes when I'm really tired and I just want to read this dumb article about something, I'll just press OK, because I usually won't ever go back to the website anyway. So it's like they can't really... What is there to collect?
Well, I'll be...
Using a VPN actually helps though. Because when you're using a VPN, a lot of that data isn't... you can't track it the same way, I believe. I could be speaking out of my ass on this, but I believe there's something about the data collection that doesn't work as well when people are using VPNs. That means they have to collect a lot more sensitive data that they won't be able to collect or are allowed to collect because of the GDPR. Because then they would need to have your device serial number and a lot of like intimate details beyond your IP, because when you're using a VPN, your IP changes and your location and that sort of stuff because it goes through the server. But when when they collect data, it's not like they're not technically allowed to just collect whatever they like just because you said okay. There's still rules, there's still stuff they have to apply to, or the laws they have to follow, like with the GDPR. So it's not like once you press allow, it means they can just do whatever they want. It's there's still some regulations and restrictions on just exactly what they can do. For instance, Facebook is doing illegal data collection in Norway, and the Norwegian privacy, what's it called? The people that deal with internet privacy. It's like a government. They have their own like governmental thing where they oversee what, like, data protection laws and stuff. And they concluded that Facebook is basically breaking Norwegian law with how they collect data on Norwegian users. So they're still fighting this in court, but I believe that Facebook has basically been sentenced to pay a fine of $100,000 per day for each day that they're breaking the privacy law, which they are still doing. So Norway is currently making a lot of money on just giving fines to Facebook for breaking the data privacy protection laws. Norway has commissioned or asked the EU to do the same, because these are laws that are enforced by the GDPR. But for some reason, none of the European countries are actually doing anything about it. So I'm not sure if that's because Norway isn't so corrupt yet. There isn't like a lot of lobbying or a lot of external interference in the way the laws are enforced. So maybe it's how like in the European Union, there's probably some funding and some people involved in the lawmaking and finance and everything that are involved with Facebook, so they don't want to overstep their boundaries. Just a guess. I wouldn't. I'm not sure. But I get the feeling that it might be something like that. The EU is not as... I mean, we like to assume that this is not a corrupt institution and everything, but there's corruption everywhere. And it doesn't need to be outright corruption either. It can just be like monetary interests, where the EU is interested in the monetary gains made by Facebook, more so in terms of being able to tax them than them fining them into not wanting to stay in the EU anymore. Because it's kind of almost like an effective ban, right? Because you are basically telling them that they're not allowed to do their normal business in the EU. But on tin, it's not that conspiratorial. I would say it's pretty reasonable. Yeah, we got the popcorn beat going. I wonder what these PCBs are, what they used for this. Is it like PlayStation 3 parts or something? Little PCBs on this board. I wonder. Okay, there isn't anything here. I was hoping there would be some treasure chests, so I could get some more raritanium. I guess I'll go to the arena now and do some more of the stuff in the arena. Because I think this is the part where Quark called on me to come back to the arena so he could give me some stuff. Give me a new clue. Also, I don't need a tinfoil hat. I clearly got a very cool armor that protects me from government brain controlling rays.
All civilian vessels are to evac immediately.
It's interesting that they have so much tight security on the ground, but they don't have any security to check the taxis that go straight into the main entrance.
All right. Welcome to the GrummelNet Weapon Shop.
Okay, so I don't need to worry about upgrading any more of the weapons at least. All of them have like total... they're all maxed out, so I can get the raritanium. I can save up the raritanium I need for the golden Grouptron.
Makes me realize I'm happy to be up here. They just can't seem to land a hit, folks. This guy must be more irritated than a one-legged droid in a butt-kicking contest.
I'm not even that concentrated. I think I'm just zoning out a little bit because I'm sick.
If my bookie calls, tell him I'm out of town.
Norwegian tacos. I mean, they're not. It's technically not Norwegian, I guess. It's just like Norwegian. What would be the? It's like how we make it in Norway. It's technically not Norwegian.
Outstanding work, String.
It's time.
Maybe I can do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just learned that after suffering a humiliating defeat, Crushto wants a shot at redemption. I tell you, there's no sob story sweeter than that of a mechanical robot slash fish thingy's rise to the top.
Riggs. Oh my god, my throat. Riggs. What the hell? There is, okay, I need to take a drink. Holy crap. There is actually a variant of the dish where instead of using minced meat, you use salmon, which is pretty good.
Looks like these gladiators want to put the screws to our challenger.
Fuck, my throat is killing me.
Someone needs to take this guy down a peg. It just can't seem the clock is ticking. Will our captain crush Crushto, or will he become interstellar fish food?
I wonder if the collective IQ drop of having COVID is gonna set back humanity a lot. Because there is like an actual like significant increase in risk of Alzheimer and a lot of like degenerative diseases from having COVID. And since we can't stop it and everyone is basically gonna have to go through it, I worry that maybe society is gonna get a lot dumber for quite a few years. I forget the specifics, but I know that it's there's a high chance of there's some sort of cardiovascular disease too that you can get, or at more risk of getting from having had COVID and stuff. And since everyone is gonna go through it, it means that people are gonna be more sick and struggle more with the ramifications of having COVID, which is a scary thought, because because the long-term consequences generationally is gonna we're gonna have to see what happens long-term, but I am worried that it's gonna cost us a lot, and a lot of people are gonna struggle with health issues that we wouldn't have had if we'd never had COVID happen. Like, the long-term consequences are something that we haven't seen yet, because, I mean, we haven't had time to see what the consequences would potentially be. Once we start seeing those long-term consequences, we're probably gonna start thinking about how we should have shut down a lot more and done a lot more to keep it contained, because we did a terrible job at containing the spread. If we did like what was suggested, which was to just shut down all the borders and just keep everything closed, we might have been able to contain it, and we might have never had like a global pandemic. But all the stupid fucking world leaders was like, nah, it's not a problem. We're not gonna shut down anything. We're gonna keep it open. It's gonna blow over after a week. Fucking Elon Musk was out on Twitter saying that COVID would be over within, like, what did he say? He said something really stupid. Like, in 2020, he said that COVID would be over by April in 2020.
This is just a reminder. Streaking through
Then again, Elon saying something stupid is just something that we've gotten used to now, I guess. But this was, he was still sort of respected back then. I mean, his fall started in 2019, I guess, 2020. That's, I guess, when people started disliking him.
For the first time in Polaris history, a match like none you've ever seen. Twice the pain, twice the suffering, twice the danger. A tag team match against our furry challenger. Whoa, a lucky shot from Mustachio. Let's see what he does next.
I don't know why he's saying lucky shot. Oh. What? What happened? How did he hit me? Yeah, he keeps saying lucky shot, despite me clearly being very accurate.
Just can't seem to land a hit, folks. This guy must be more irritated than a one-legged droid in a butt-kicking contest.
I'm irritated that I lost my multiplier for no reason. You all saw it. I didn't get hit by anything. I guess I can do this then, since I already lost my multiplier. I think I need a wrench upgrade or something. Ah, come on. Yeah, the enemy had a lucky shot. I guess I'll use this. I guess I'll use the Rhino to get the untouchable thing. Yeah, there was like a study that said that people who had COVID experienced a significant decline in their cognitive abilities. And that was consistent over time. It was not like a short-term thing. People... Oh, what did I do? Okay. People were experiencing this for longer than they had COVID, so, and over time. And they're following participants over time and making sure that it wasn't like a one-off, and it just seems like the data shows that people who get COVID seems to suffer some light brain damage, like unironically. It sounds kind of scary, which it is, but having COVID actually gives you like a slight brain damage actually.
All right, Chief. What can we do you for?
I think it has to do with the oxygen intake, because when you have COVID, your lungs don't work as they're supposed to, because they're fighting off a very serious lung infection.
retractable Q-Force tote bag.
So your brain doesn't get the amount of oxygen it needs to work, and you suffer some sort of like
Experience.
some sort of brain damage, I suppose, from the constant lack of oxygen over time. And we're just talking about like a small amount too. We're talking about being unable to get the enough oxygen over a longer period of time, which is like, it kind of just eats away at you slightly. There's like a hypothesis that Einstein was as smart as he was because he had like very, very good oxygen uptake in his brain. Like his brain was structured in a way where his oxygen uptake was abnormally high and compared to other brains. But I'm not sure if that's just like eugenics bullshit or if it's actually true. I kind of like the idea that anyone could be as smart as Einstein as long as we had brains that were able to use more oxygen. I mean, people are undeniably different, and some people are obviously going to be better at some stuff than other people. But I don't know how much is like physiologically and so sociologically, and it's kind of hard to know. Like how much is down to upbringing, and how much is like your merit, your merit as you're born with, like as in a biological sense. Looks so weird stretched out like that. I guess I just don't like the idea of someone being better than other people for no other reason than like, oh, their genetics are somehow superior, whatever. I don't like that idea, because to me that just that leads into some very sketchy racist and eugenics type territory, where you describe people's worth and merit based on their genetic makeup, and that's very dangerous territory. That's what leads to like genocides and stuff.
All right, Chief.
Can I not upgrade my?
You're all maxed out, Chief.
Yeah, I guess I got the thing now, so I can go to the next mission. Got a lot of bolts, so that's nice. I almost got all of my weapons upgraded. Almost. Oh, the one I'm holding is pretty cool. It's the... Which gun is that again? I don't remember.
Divert all military spacecraft to the Macasian station in Sector 9. All civilian vessels are to evac immediately.
I think I might have had like a slight eye infection for a while, because my eyes have been really bad for a while now. I've had a lot of issues with them. Should have probably gone to the doctor earlier. I'm the kind of guy that, or what would be the term for a non-binary? I'm that kind of person, I guess. It's so difficult to switch between guy, girl, and then person, because person doesn't have the same connotation, you know? It sounds wrong.
Those pirate ships are
Like,
blocking our path
I
to
mentioned
Iris.
it last time with, oh, I'm such a bad guy or such a bad girl. That sounds very different from I'm such a bad person. Like, there's a very different feeling to those words. But yeah, I'm the kind of person that
There's no way along.
tends to... Come on, skip. Skip.
They think I'm a certified longback whisperer, just like that guy on the HaloPie program.
That I such a bad pet. Haha.
Perhaps it is time to try out our new HaloPie.
Yeah. Can you please? Come on, I want to skip this. I tend to wait a very long time until I go to the doctor, until it's like super serious. It has to get so serious that I'm like, I can't see anything before I even go.
Ahoy, me hearty! Dance the jig.
To your right, to your left, to your right,
To the sky!
I just don't like going to the doctor because I feel like I'm wasting their time, if that makes sense. I'm like scared to go there and be like, oh, I have this problem. And then my fear is that they're just gonna go, well, that's normal. Why did you come here? Why are you wasting my time? You know, that's... I'm kind of like worried. There's so many people out there who's probably sicker than me, you know? Who probably need the help more, so I feel bad for taking up someone else's time. I don't want to go there unless it's like super serious. Which is not a healthy thing, by the way. You should always go to the doctor if you have any problems. You should not rationalize it and be like, well, someone else is probably sick or someone else is probably this and that. If you're feeling bad, if you're having some sort of health issue and you think you can get a pill for it or medication or something, you should just go. You should just go and talk to your doctor. They are specifically there to make sure that you're feeling okay and healthy, and if you're not, then it's their job. They're just happy that you're able to go there and see them and make their day fulfilling. Diagnose you with bottom. Ooh. I've been meaning to talk with my doctor about maybe like the non-binary stuff, but she's finishing her studies, so she's unavailable right now. So when I got the diagnosed with the eye thing, it was her substitute. And she was very nice. She was very helpful. It was a very quick session. It was just like, oh, you have these problems, and yeah, I have this and this and that. And then she checked my eyes and shined the light on them and like took a look and blah blah blah. And she was like, yep, it looks like you have an eye infection. You should probably use like a cream. And I was like, oh, okay, well, thank you. I'm obviously simplifying it quite a bit. I'm very nice in person. I will often be very like what's it called again when you're I guess courteous or I forgot the word for it, but it's like a word for being nice or polite. Polite is the word I was looking for. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time thinking of words today. Oh, hello.
Attention, lads. Use of the Iris supercomputer is restricted to educational purposes only. Do not download games, music, or alternative cinema without me approval.
What exactly is alternative cinema? Are the robots looking up porno on the supercomputer? It's interesting because I think my own online persona gives up the vibe that I can be kind of brutal. But I think once you get to know me in person, it's very difficult to see me being mean-spirited. I think talking to me in person is just better for you if you want to
Attention, lads.
avoid feeling like I'm
The trillium ore
being rude or something.
not to be taken orally. On second thought, it's best to take it all.
Obviously that's on me as well. I should probably be better at communicating and talking to people, but it's just hard to get across my when you're talking over messages and whatnot, it's very difficult to get across what you're actually saying because it's just like text. It's not, you're not able to actually convey a lot of emotions. It was rated R. True. I feel like that's a joke that was used in a movie or something. I feel like I've heard that one before in some separate context.
Welcome to...
Feels like I'm about to sneeze.
This be your captain speaking. Be on the lookout for one mangy Lombax in a cheap HaloPie disguise. I don't care if it's dead or alive, so long as it ain't breathing.
Yeah, you have to assume a lot when you're listening to someone else. Well, not listening. Listening is the easy part, but reading someone else, you have to read into what their intentions are when they're typing out something. I think Americans have a weird tendency to assume that you're being aggressive if you're not being overly nice with your wording. Like you have to be extremely polite and be like preemptively saying things and doing like jumping a lot of rope for the other person, like jumping through a lot of hoops. I mean, just to make them feel like you're not aggressive. And I don't like that. I don't like feeling like you have to constantly reassure the other person that you're not aggressive or anything like that, because I feel like that should just be the default. I feel like if someone is being mean, you'll notice, you'll pick up on it pretty quick. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Across. There must be another way around.
Yeah, right here. I feel like you should be able to talk with people without feeling like you constantly have to reassure them that you're not trying to kill them or something. I don't like American style of communication because it's always so filled with preemptive, oh, I'm not, haha, I'm so nice, haha, how was your day, isn't this great, blah blah blah. It's just a bunch of like civility stuff that I don't like because it wastes so much time. We're already friends, you already know me, you already know what my intentions and who I am. So why do I need to constantly reassure you that I'm not aggressive? Obviously I'm not aggressive. Yeah, I get that, Antalos. It is 11 after all. 11:17. 23:17.
Attention, lads. Tonight's entertainment has been brought to you by the letter R. Sorry.
I'm a little sleepy too because I'm sick. So if I'm not talking that much, it's usually because I'm either sleepy or concentrated or something like that. Oops. Hello.
To your left.
They must have had a lot of fun making the disco music for these. It's very fun. It's like a culture thing, I guess. Because in Norway, it's more like you talk from your gut. You're not. I mean, that's why people like Donald Trump, because he doesn't constantly pretend like he's nice when he's not. That kind of stuff. And I don't like Trump, obviously. I think he's a terrible person and everything, but it's when you analyze why people like him, I think it's for that exact thing. It's the fact that he doesn't pretend to be nice and everything and hide his intentions. He comes across as honest, because even though he actually isn't, even though he actually is incredibly dishonest, people see him as honest because at least he doesn't hide behind a bunch of like politeness and civility in the way every other politician, every other person do. So I think when people say they're tired of politicians, they're just tired of the aesthetics of politicians, which is usually the trying not to offend people, being very careful with their words, always making sure that they sound all proper and blah blah blah. I mean, Trump's rhetoric is obviously going to alienate a lot of people as well. It's not like a good strategy for politicians to be like Trump. If you're doing a populism thing, then maybe you can make the argument for it being like a good strategy. But in the long term, you have to actually do the things you say you're gonna do. You can't just constantly assume that people are not going to pick up on the fact that you're not doing any of the things that you have previously promised that you were going to do. And despite how you aesthetically come across as like, oh, he's so honest and speaks from his gut and everything, he cannot do anything. He doesn't get anything done. He isn't like the aesthetics of honesty only goes as far as long as people believe you are being honest in what you do. So I believe if Trumpism, if that becomes like the Trumpist aesthetic, becomes the normal for Republicans for the time being, people are gonna get sick of that. People are gonna want to go back to like Obama aesthetics, you know? People are gonna be like, well, this is like how con men talk. This is how like bad people talk. I don't like this person or this politician because the way they talk about things is like how Trump talked about things, and the Republicans now talk about things, and they're all criminals and blah blah blah. So it can kind of develop into like a thing where it works against itself as well. And when it comes to interpersonal stuff, that's obviously very different from interpersonal stuff is very different from being a politician.
A fractured vector shell. Perhaps there is a way to repair it.
I think if people were just more open to, I think it's like a conformity thing for me at least, where it feels like everyone has to be the same and act the same and do the same, and I feel like that's alienating to me because everyone has to do and act the same way and be the same way. It feels like just no one really is an individual anymore. So I think I really dislike the American way of interacting with people, because everyone kind of comes across as samey to me. Like every white woman on like those fucking TV shows where they renovate the house or whatever, they all act the same, they all talk the same, they feel like they're carbon copies of each other. It feels so uncanny. It feels like they just made them in a cloning, like they cloned like a white woman and just made all of them go on the same shows where they all renovate a house or something.
Will a maintenance droid please report to the sensory deprivation?
Yeah, but the thing is, whenever Americans actually go to, especially Norway, you're usually wrong about what Norway is like, because I've heard it so many times from so many different Americans that they're also, oh, I didn't know it was so diverse here, blah 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 blah. And it's always the same, because Americans, even if, yeah, the US is more diverse, what ends up happening is you guys all live separated. You all kind of live in your own bubbles away from each other. But in Norway, we actually live in communities with each other. We don't isolate in suburbias and in different areas. We actually interact. We actually see each other on the street. We actually function more as a cohesive, coherent society, whatever. With the US, I feel like it's way more isolated, and it's more, you guys, you act more social, but in fact you aren't, because you tend to just isolate and you interact with very small communities instead of acting with the larger communities. It's often like very isolationist, very like ethnic centric, racial centric kind of organized communities in general.
Maintenance droid to security outpost G. Maintenance droid to security outpost G.
Norway is way less diverse than the US, but yet Americans feel like it is very diverse here. Which just tells me that you guys tend to isolate yourself, and you don't interact as much with each other as you think you do. And I also think a lot of Americans just have this, I'm gonna be honest, I think a lot of Americans are kind of racist and just assume that because people talk about how hegemonic and racially white Norway is, you won't see anyone black there. But yeah, it's, I don't know.
Inmate number 394K. McGonagall, Crow, please report to solitary confinement.
Norway is not really an ethno-state. I mean, not by any real metric, at least. Racist people would love for it to be an ethno-state, but it's not. They pretend it is, because they feel like that favors their argument. Because by saying that, oh, this is an ethno-state, then you kind of suggest that, oh, this is Norway is good because it is an ethno-state, but that's not true. Obviously. It's always used, Norway is very often used like an argument. It's complicated because it's used as an argument for social democracy and leftism, and it's also used for racist and like ethno-state policies. But it doesn't really represent either. Norway just represents social democracy and a normal European border control. Like our borders aren't any more. We don't. It's more strict than. Oh, wait. This way. It's stricter than Sweden and some other nations. But it's not like it's a ban or anything. People act like it's like no one can get in, which is not true. It's like it's only strict for nationals outside of the Schengen deal. Well, I don't think you would find it that much easier to get into Germany or into France or any of those countries. I think you place it's not stricter than most European nations, to be honest.
With my guidance and your opportunity, you just might make it out of here alive.
Yeah, it's easier for you as an American, but if you're from Uganda and you don't have like a refugee status or anything like that, and you try to emigrate to Germany, I don't think it's going to be very easy for you. So it really depends on the nation. It really depends on your status as like an immigrant, if you're a refugee or if you're a worker immigrant or that sort of stuff. Worker immigration is extremely regulated here because of the ramifications of cheap labor, which is like a leftist policy. It's not an ethno-state thing.
Will be forced to listen to Grabthorian folk music for 10 cycles.
It's kind of like how leftists have long argued for keeping Sundays holy. Not because they're religious, not because people on the left actually cares about religion at all. It's usually the opposite. The only reason we've been in favor of like keeping the Sundays as like a whole holiday or like a day off is because it's like a labor right thing. It's so much culturally tied up to it as well, where keeping things open during a Sunday is kind of tied into the whole it's like a crossover between religion and workers' rights. So it's like a very interesting, like a weird exception to the regular, like usually conservatives and religious people overlap more than leftists do with religious people. But on that one thing, they tend to agree. They agree on the merit of like keeping a day. It's important for the workers to have a day off, kind of thing. It's not about the religious part at all, obviously.
Okay, you should be at the graph ramp. What's the point of these things anyway? Hasn't anyone ever heard of stairs?
Well, it's leftist in terms of short term, because long term it would be it's not leftist to be against open borders and against because if you look at parties like Ratchet, they're for worker immigration and for immigration in general. The whole point they're trying to get across is that they're gonna regulate stuff in a way where open borders is gonna be
Attention all inmates.
it's gonna be possible through the merit of of the availability of things. So you can't just come to Norway through open borders and get a bunch of social like you can't just cross the border and get all the welfare you want for free. It's more they wanna welcome everyone to come work here and stay here if they want, but it has to be regulated in a way where how do I do this? I think the point is that if Norway had rules that suggested that everyone has to be paid fairly and everyone has to pay a certain income tax to be able to live there and be able to work there and everything, then technically the borders could just be open, right? Because if everyone has to compete about the same prices and same wages and same everything is fair, then the borders being open shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter for how the conditions for people there is, because the outcome would be that no matter what you like, either way you're competing with the availability of Norwegian workers. So if there's someone who is more viable than, say, anyone that actually works in Norway, like there's a candidate abroad that's better, then that would be the natural candidate to pick, and that would just be a better option if there's no one else in Norway that fits the bill better. So all the jobs that Norwegians won't take, or all the positions the Norwegians won't fill, would naturally be filled by people coming across the border to work, who are immigrating that way. At least that's the theory. I guess I haven't really put that much thought into it in English, because I feel like my Norwegian brain is trying to translate some of this on the fly, because it's like a policy proposal thing where the intention is that whenever there's jobs that cannot be done by Norwegians, or Norwegians aren't interested, or new market opportunities arrive, by not having any worker immigrations or open borders, you're gonna have a harder time finding someone to fill those positions, which means it's gonna be more difficult for you to be able to get a business afloat and get like a serious company running, and there's a lot of problems with it. I don't know why I'm struggling so much to think today. I think I'm having a slight brain fog because of being sick. Oh wait, I should have done this down. There's plenty of jobs that Norwegians don't want. I don't really have a list of them, but there's plenty of places in the work market that lacks it's not necessarily that Norwegians don't want the jobs either. In some cases, there's actually just not enough people that have. We just don't have enough people compared to how many we need. So, say for instance, in IT has been expanding quite a bit. It's been rapidly expanding, way more than any other sector. So there's a lot of there's always gonna be people there that are hiring.
This is a reminder that the Omniburst laser defense grid will experience
What is this? Can I kill them?
scheduled maintenance. We apologize for any inconvenience.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I did see that it wouldn't work, but I didn't know where else to go in that moment in time. Maybe I got COVID or something. Because I feel like my brain is just not working. COVID brain. Oh, come on, why did it roll all over there? Come on, I was not moving it that far. Stupid. I guess it doesn't help that I'm half blind right now. The thing is, if you were letting a job exploit you here is basically just setting a bad precedent for everyone else. Because someone else is wants a better paying job. Someone else is already suffering under bad conditions here. So it would be kind of unfair to open the borders to let people who are willing to work for worse conditions make the conditions for everyone else worse. It's kind of like how you feel about immigrants in the US who complain about how people there are angry at kids for asking for better conditions because they're from a country that has shittier conditions. You're being that person right now, Jam.
They're not messing around. Cock your ears in!
External conditions should not determine the conditions for workers who actually live here. And I think that should be the same for the US. The US shouldn't have worse conditions just because it has an abundance of worker immigration. And honestly, that would probably slow down immigration naturally by it not being like a profitable way to exploit people. I think that would kind of decrease a lot of the issues we see. Yeah, where am I going with this? Here. Yeah. Look at me, I'm so smart. But you're doing a double think right now, Jam. You're saying you have to you must suffer in order for others to have a better life. You're saying you want to suffer to live in Norway. You wouldn't necessarily have much of a better life then.
Please refrain from escaping.
Suffering in the US and suffering in Norway is still like suffering.
Attention inmate number 7 miles.
Yeah, hopefully in the future that will be a possibility where you can kind of actually
More enemies! Look alive, guys!
just freely move to places without having to worry about like being taxed to death or whatever. I mean, a lot of the reasons why it's very difficult to get to actually move from the US is mainly because of all the tax stuff and all the other legal complications that the US itself set up. Because the Norway government is not against having American workers at all, and I know you've talked to a lot of people who've been interested as well in hiring you, but have been kind of not known how to handle the fact that you're American. Not because there's anything like that's not the problem. The problem is all the legal stuff around it, all the legal barriers that the U.S. government has put in place to keep you locked in.
Renford L. Please report to Torture Chamber 7. We have a present for you.
I feel like a lot more Americans would probably be going to Norway and traveling here and working here, if not for the US self-imposed tax stuff and everything. Because the US makes it specifically difficult for anyone to immigrate because they don't want you to leave. They obviously want you to stay there so they can suck you dry for all you're worth in terms of labor. It's basically just like China, but they hide it better. Renouncing your citizenship would make you stateless though, and you have to, I don't think you can just renounce it without having any other place or any other way to, like, what would your plan even be then? I feel like if you renounce your citizenship, you're probably worse off, because then you can't really travel anywhere, you can't really do much, you don't have a legal protection through any state, you're just a stateless actor then. You're basically in the same position as the Palestinians.
Spectacular news, Deadmeat! While you were lounging around Zordoom, I managed to steal the coordinates to Kirchu City right off Tachyon's personal computer. I'm uploading the data to your ship. Don't worry about thanking me, Deadmeat.
Don't worry about it, Jam.
Superhero, Quark out.
Looks like I was just in time. I found Kronk and Zephyr in the scrap compressor. We'll meet up with you once the coast is clear. Good luck. And thanks,
Getting some
Ratchet.
soda. Soda.
Biden, blast! Welcome to the GrumbleNet weapon shop. You're all
Okay, now I got all the weapons, so now I just need to upgrade them. Yeah, my mom talked to an American yesterday. She met someone at the mall, who she was just randomly talking to. And she mentioned that there was like a Facebook group for it where people talked about how ways to do it, and she said like basically what we already know, which is it's very difficult to get in, and she basically married her way in. Yeah, I imagined you probably knew about it.
Whoa, Clank! Check out that black hole! I think we just found our escape route.
Oh dear. Why must we always choose between certain death and probable death?
I feel like there's probably only a few people who are generally interested in emigrating to Norway, so I feel like it's interesting that Norway doesn't have any sort of program for at least having like a work tryout or something. I guess maybe it will be difficult to get the US government on board with that, because we're basically asking the US to just hand off citizens for us to have work here
Slag
instead.
must be setting up an outpost there. Hold on. I want to leave these guys with a little parting gift.
I mean, most leftists are technically against legalizing, well, not against legalizing, but against the idea of commercialized drugs. Karl Marx, for instance, he wasn't, I don't know if he said he was specifically against it, but he talked about like the opiate of the people, and religion and all these different measures that the proletariat tends to use to numb themselves to their material reality. So instead of doing something with their situation, instead of actually fixing it or mobilizing it or doing anything, people rely on using drugs and means of escape like media, TV, all these drugs and alcohol and stuff to just escape the feeling of having to do something, because you could just drown it out. And he said that basically when everyone does that, when no one wants to take responsibility, when no one wants to be the one to do something, everyone is just too busy taking drugs and praying to God and hoping that stuff will magically be okay. It means conditions never change. It means that no one do anything then. So he's very skeptical and very worried about a condition of
That was so worth it. Come on,
people
Clank, let's get out of here.
basically denying their own reality and denying themselves any better conditions by drowning it out with other means instead of actually trying to do something. I kind of see it with media. A lot of people like watching movies and stuff, and it's kind of like how my parents always go like, oh well, after a long day at work we would just want to watch something brain dead on TV. And that's basically the same kind of thing, where instead of challenging yourself or thinking about how things could be better or wanting to improve something, you just spend your days numbing yourself, so you don't have to consider that your life could have been better if something was done about it. I think a lot of people feel like they don't have the agency to do anything, so they just get depressed and they don't want to think about how difficult it is and how long it might take to do change, political change. So instead of doing it, it's just easier to pretend like it's not happening and numb yourself and just leave the responsibility over to someone else. It's like a lack of responsibility thing. I think I have a problem with not acknowledging I have a problem with people not acknowledging their reality and material reality, because that is what perpetuates the worsening of of my conditions and everyone else's conditions, because your own lack of, especially for the people who are already people who are well enough off to be able to deal with the worsening conditions. I don't like it when in quotation marks the middle class ignores all the problems, because it's easier to do that than for them to actually care about the weakest in society having a shitty time. Because it's only when the middle, like the in quotation marks middle class, obviously it's just the working class and the only class, but for this context we're talking about like the upper working class, people who have better means, better money, like they're not disabled, they don't have to use any sort of welfare systems, they're well off enough to have a job and a house and everything. I don't like it when society is structured in a way where people who are economically worse off and economically segregated from the rest of the working class. They don't know how bad it is for the weakest in society before it starts to get worse for them. And I've noticed that happens here, where the working class that has a decent amount of money and means don't really care about the worsening conditions for the poorest and the people who have very little, until it starts to affect them, and that tends to creep upwards. It starts at the bottom and then it eats its way up. So eventually a lot of rich people will also, even rich people will start to feel the effects of the extreme poverty that starts to happen, because once everyone is too poor to even spend money, then your money is not materially worth anything either, because no one is spending anything, no one is able to do anything with money. There's just, you destroy the material conditions for anything to work, basically. But yeah, it tends to eat its way up the chain. It starts at the bottom, where people with the least amount of money feels the ramifications of inflation first. Like people like me who don't have that much money will notice that the food prices and everything is eating into my budget a lot more than someone who is like a working class family who has a pretty good paying job, who has the economic means to change their spending habits slightly just to accommodate for the price increase. But people like me who don't have that much extra to even really cut out, I don't have that much expenses that I can cut, I'm gonna feel that a lot more than your average family, because I don't have the option to cut out that much. So basically, it's like asking someone to cut out luxury spending when they're not even able to afford any luxuries already. Like what you're essentially saying is that actually you just can't spend any money because you have to suffer so that the interest rate can be set to a certain level, so we can pretend like that fixes inflation in some way. I should use the other weapons because I keep forgetting that I have to upgrade them. Traveling the world it depends, because if you did go to a nation that was way worse off than the US, then maybe your perspective would change. I think maybe going to a place that is better than the US will make you feel envious of that place and sad that the US don't have the same benefits. But if it was reversed and you only went to places that are worse off than the US, then you would feel more grateful for the stuff that you do have in the US. Because there's plenty of countries, like most countries in the world, are probably worse off than the US. And Norway and Denmark and Sweden and stuff, we are just we happen to be the lucky ones, the very few that in the world that has these kind of conditions. And the material conditions between nations vary quite a bit. There's a lot of, like, the difference between I don't know, Germany and Norway is pretty big in terms of what each country does and how it does it, and spending and budget, and there's a lot of nuance and a lot of differences, and not all countries are the same, and there's ups and downs depending on which country you're in, obviously. I think going to a lot of nations that are poor and not doing that well will probably skew your perspective towards, okay, well, maybe it's not that bad. But I still want something better, but I appreciate more the good things that I do have, you know? Because I think you're allowed to. I'm not saying that you should go to a poor country and because now you'll see how well off you are, and that means you shouldn't complain. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think it's easier to discern what is good about the US and what is bad about the US once you have perspective based on the different places that don't have the same conditions or worse conditions. But you can also contrast that with the places that have better conditions, because if you only go to places that are better than the US, you're obviously gonna get the impression that, oh well, the US is just shit. It's like terrible compared to every place I've been to, because everyone else is getting these rights and these things, and in the US it just seems to be pretty bad. But that's because you've specifically been to almost only places that have better conditions. So it kind of skews your perception in a way where it's not fair to make the claim that the US is necessarily super bad and really like the worst, but it's also not fair to say that, oh, that the US is great and nothing can be done to improve the US, it's already so great here. And like, obviously there's plenty that can be better. Honestly, the US has so much money and so much potential to do whatever it wants. So it's always so weird that smaller nations can do things that the US should be doing, but never probably will, at least in the next 4 years. We'll see what happens. I mean, Biden has been pretty good. I didn't expect him to be anything else but like a Hillary or something. But I think compared to Hillary, Biden has been pretty good, actually. I mean, doomer posting isn't gonna get you anything. I mean, what benefit does it have to you to just do more posts. It doesn't give you any. It doesn't push you forward. It doesn't do anything. The best thing would probably be to go into some sort of political work and not. Come on. No. What? Can you please go on the thing? Heck. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think I already had that. Well, I don't think anyone expected Biden to suddenly just be anti-Israel. I think he's been fairly neutral, as far as he can be as a president. Just be like the blanket. Oh, don't kill any civilians. We denounce the actions of any civilian casualties on both sides. Blah blah blah. I mean, he's doing the regular. I don't think. I mean, what else can he really do? I don't know what else you could really expect from him. And I think canvassing still helps. I think it's important because I don't want Biden to lose next election. I think that would be a worse outcome for the US if Biden loses. That would be pretty bad, actually. But I think canvassing would be still pretty important to ensure that Democrats stay in power. Because it's if his approval is falling, then it's even more important that we don't get Trump. I don't think Trump would be any better at this Israeli thing, because he's not gonna he's very fond of ethno states and that sort of stuff. So I imagine that Trump would be pretty bad for any conflicts. He would basically just pour gasoline on a fire and be like, Netanyahu, you should bomb all of Palestine. You should kill all of the dirty terrorists. They would just encourage him to do like genocides. So I don't think that would be very. I think we want to keep Trump out of the picture for now. I think it would be a good idea to not let him ever get the president again. You know, I was kind of hoping that he would die from COVID. He didn't, but from what I've heard, it was a close one. It would have been a cool alternate timeline, wouldn't it? What? I didn't mean to do that. My neck hurt. Hold on, I need to adjust my chair because my neck is killing me. Okay, maybe this will work. I'm just gonna lay like this. I wonder if resentment against the government in the US is gonna do something long term. I mean, I assume that, I mean, every revolution is usually starts like this, where people are getting sick and tired of their own governments, and it keeps failing and doing the thing that nobody wants, and it just keeps escalating until it. I mean, the insurrection attempt is basically the symptom of a country that's on the brink of some extreme political change. I don't think a healthy country has insurrection attempts, by the way. I mean, if you went back to the time of... If you try to explain the current conditions to someone from 2008, that, oh yeah, the US has, on the regular, just has like insurrection attempts, and Donald Trump is president, and he has done all these really bad things and blah blah blah. I don't think anyone would believe you. They would call you insane. I'm pretty sure if it went that far, Jam, we would probably get refugee status. I don't think any country or ally would be able to... I mean, you can even see it now with Norway's position on the Israeli Palestine thing. Norway is not very okay with what's happening. Historically, we've been very supportive of Israel, but right now we've been extremely reserved about calling it. We've been covering a lot of the negative things that Israel is doing, and we're not like just blanketly supporting them. So there's a lot of stuff happening. There's you never know how things may change. I'm mainly hoping that everyone in Palestine is granted their human rights and left alone, and given their areas back, and Israel is pushed into a concession of sorts, of where they have to recognize the humanity of Palestinians, and something has to change, because the sport is gonna keep going forever. Which is sad. It's like, it's pretty... Hamas is like... They're not better than the Israeli state in terms of like their crimes. They're equal in terms of like... Not equal, but they're both terrorists and blah blah blah. But I think it's hard to excuse the stuff that Israel does compared to what... And obviously I'm not gonna excuse anything Hamas has ever done, because I don't think anything they do is necessarily good or productive, obviously. But I think you can't really excuse anything that Israel is doing, honestly. Even if you say that it always like a retaliation thing and they have the right to protect themselves, I don't know. They've been stepping on Palestine for a very long time. It's not unexpected that there will be some retribution. And obviously people who are willing to do retribution is not going to be the most like sane people. It's just going to be extremists. Hold on, I'm just gonna need to check something. Taken was just being weird. I don't know why. She kept nagging me. Wanted to go outside or something.
Welcome to the
Hello, Alita. Let's use this. Ow. Meh. I hate these guys. Stupid. Let's see. Yeah. I'm really close to dying. No, 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 no. Nope, nope, nope. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Come on, shoot him. I'm just trying to get the weapons upgraded. Give me 1 second, I'm just gonna go check on my dog. She wanted to go out or something. She was bugging me. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what that was about. She was being a little strange. It was like she was trying to tell me something or trying to get my attention. Couldn't find out why. Maybe she heard something outside and I didn't because I'm wearing headphones. Yeah, my Vtuber is looking a little chill now because of my eyes. Hopefully it's fine. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it like this.
All right, lads.
Maybe she thinks I'm saying something to her. Come on, get him. Oh my god, this weapon. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, is this the one place I... Okay. Oh. Oh, hello. Unexpected. I keep getting distracted because my dog is being a little weird. I don't know what she wants. She keeps like bugging me. Hold on, if I reset my Vtuber, will he look a little less derpy? Oh, let's see. No, not that button. See, no. That looks a little better. I think. Yeah. Come on, get him. Okay, just one more level. Let's see. Ah, that was easy. Let's toss some of these. Ow. Ah, I didn't know they had unique dialogue for which weapon you use. Okay, the net just goes through him. I guess it's because he's electric. This one. Neat. Maybe it's in one of the later games, but I thought I remember the net launcher being able to capture more than one enemy, like multiple enemies. Like it would just be one huge net, and it would capture many more than just one. But I could be wrong about that.
Keep your eyes peeled, Clank.
He's a robot. He can just keep them open forever. He doesn't need to blink. Yeah, the frame rate always dips during this part. It goes down to like 35, 36. But when it's over, it goes back to like 40 and then 60. Yeah, so now it's 40, 50, 56, 60. Yeah. I don't know why it always drops so many frames during that part. It's funny that the rockets are just avoiding me. Okay, I don't like this boss, so I'm just gonna use the Rhino.
Ratchet, I just received a transmission from Aphelion. She has tracked Slag's trajectory to a fleet hidden in the Oobleck Passage.
Yep.
Ratchet, the situation is getting dire. I am sending a transmission to Kronk's com...
All right.
requesting assistance.
Fine. But I'm not waiting around. We need to get that Dimensionator before Slag can cause any more trouble.
He's talking about them magnet launchers.
Yeah, you're in them. You're in the magnet launcher. In the magnet.
Swaps. This is
Ah, I see what they did. The magnet. How did I not think of that or realize that?
we're extending their visiting hours so that we may spend more time with our sweet mums.
As a trope, I find a little interesting that they always have like the tough guys or tough characters be like, oh, I care so much about my mommy. And it's supposed to be funny about like how they're so tough, but also they're very like, they care a lot about their mom, which I don't get. I don't fully understand why. I don't know. What am I supposed to get from that?
Only a true.
To your right, to your left,
To the sky! To the sky!
to your left, to your right,
Shake your booty!
to your left.
To the sky! Shake your booty! Only lad! No land number could.
I feel like the bad guys being like mama's boys and whatever, whatnot. It used to be a thing back when people used to see it as childish or like a weakness to love your parents or something, and that has like diminished, or it's not as common anymore. Like, people don't really treat it as like it's not looked down upon, and it's more like now it's wholesome. Now it's like, oh, it's cute, it's fun, it's nice, it's treated more like something the hero does, and it's cute. It's not seen as like a, oh, you're such a weakling, and so it goes against your whole character. It's weird that you're into that or like that. Why would you like your mom when you're a bad guy? that kind of weird stuff. I feel like it doesn't exist the way it did back when this was popular, I guess, in the 2000s. I do like that Gen Alpha and Gen C is more more sensitive in the way that I would want me to be able to be when I was their age. Like being able to be honest about how I felt and be able to cry when stuff was sad without being judged for it. I feel like that's more accepted now, and I think that's nice. I think it's nice that we're getting generations now that can be emotionally mature, because I was never afforded the ability to be able to be myself fully, because I felt like I had to hide a lot of who I was and who I am, because it was seen as, oh, you're not supposed to do that because you're a boy and boys don't do that. And maybe that's why I feel very non-binary-ish, because I can't relate to the feeling of things being for boys or not for boys and whatnot, because it never makes sense. It doesn't... all the gender stuff never makes sense to me.
Captain Slag is here somewhere, Ratchet. We must keep going.
Maybe we should follow the smell of stale grog.
Oh, no, that's the electric weapon. Whoops. Okay, I should use the leech. Ah, neat. Well, Demi is more... isn't that more about your traction? It's not about how you feel personally about gender roles. It's not about you feeling a disconnect between being called a man and being a man and that sort of stuff. It's more about how you feel internally. Why did you... I don't like the fact that you can overshoot so easily with the rocket boots, because it means you can just die in an instant without it feeling that deserved. This weapon is terrible. Maybe it gets better once it's upgraded. It's taking its sweet time. Ah. Oh, come on. I'm gonna do it the easy way. How is he not dead? Okay, there's no thing here. I was hoping there would be some rare titanium there, but there wasn't. Oh, I still have to... It really resets all of your progress. I don't like the checkpoint system in this game. It's very unforgiving. It's a little unfair, actually. Family used to be on me for not finding girls attractive, talking to them, dating them, but now I have to need to know someone first and they can't shame me anymore. Feel pressure, the expectation of delivery. Yeah, I mean that's a demi thing. That's not like a guy. That's not as much as a guy or girl thing. The girl thing. That's more like an attraction thing. I feel like most people can understand that though. They can kind of understand that you need to feel like you have to get to know people before you can just like start dating them or feel interested. I feel like that's maybe a more universal feeling than being what would be the word for it? Disillusioned with your gender. This guy. Almost have to use half my ammo just to get him. More than half, actually.
This is a reminder. Tonight's after-tea activities will consist of ballroom dancing, ice sculpting, and Jargonian needle torture.
I mean, I understand that. I get that it's like a toxic stereotype around, like, for a while a lot of people expected you to just constantly... There's like a culture for gloating after girls. And I remember that being a thing in my school too. But I feel like you could performatively engage in that without actually like being into it, if that makes sense. Because I could kind of engage in it like a social thing, even though I didn't actually like girls the way that a lot of the guys kind of wanted me to engage in, if that makes sense. Like you could kind of fake it, and you could just kind of go on with your life without it being too much of an impact on you. It would be like, haha, yeah, boobies, and then you don't really have to think too much more about that, at least in my experience. It is a gender. It's obviously like a gender role thing, but it's
We need to disable those cannons.
it's also a culture thing, I think, because it's different depending on the culture, right? It's not the same everywhere. Men isn't expected to be the same in every culture, so I think it's difficult. It's difficult to define, and everyone's experience is very different, and
Enemy fire.
I think a lot of the gender expectations are less toxic now, which is very good. There's less like expectations that everyone has to be straight or have an interest in doing straight things. But like I said, I feel like that's largely a cultural thing too, because it was just for a while everyone was just assumed to be straight, unless they were extremely gay and they were acting extremely gay, and it was kind of seen like a bad thing to be gay for a while, which is it's gotten a lot better now. It's not as homophobic and the stuff is better. We have evolved quite a bit. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to use this. Use this. It was just you weren't really allowed to cry. You were like made fun of if you were emotionally vulnerable or emotionally available at all. And guys were expected to be a certain way and girls were expected to be a certain way. I think most people had to fake some sort of interest or some sort of feeling of things, because no one is like that. No one is a stereotype in that way that you were kind of expected to be. So I kind of assume that it was a common experience for more people, and than we'd like to admit or think, probably. But I don't know. I think the reason it has changed is because so little people really felt like it was. I think I'd have to use the rhino to get through this part because it's starting to annoy me now. Can I skip this, please? I think the reason it has changed is because so few people really related to it, and it was just overall harmful for everyone. So over time, we just decided collectively that we're not gonna do this anymore because it kind of sucks, and all the people who had to grow up with that culture collectively don't want to go back to it, and nobody wants it. And I think we have evolved. Like I said, we just kind of gotten past it because it sucked for everyone. Even the people who probably set to benefit the most from it were not that happy, because they had to constantly live by this stereotype, kind of fictional version of themselves that is unreasonable for anyone to try to be. Yeah, I think it's positive because I'm seeing a lot of like my nephews are a lot more willing to be open and emotionally available for new things, and more honest and better at expressing themselves. because they are allowed to. They're allowed to feel sad if they're sad. They're allowed to feel in different ways without being made fun of or bullied or anything like that. They're supposed to feel like they can express themselves without being made fun of or anything like that. And I think that's been a very positive change in the last 10 to 15 years, where it's become the cool thing now is to be emotionally vulnerable and be emotionally it's like seen as brave to be able to cry, and it's seen as like cool to be like the guy who's in touch with his emotions, which it didn't used to be that way. It used to be very, why are they like, they can like insta kill me, what? I don't know. I don't know why they can insta kill you. It seems like a oversight. Yeah. Now times have changed, and it's like seen as cool now to be the emotional guy and be like, being the jock is not popular anymore. And I think that's probably also a thing through media, where people who bully and people who are mean have been made into the bad guys of every movie for so many generations now, that they're seen as they're not the cool guys anymore. I don't know. They're seen as the jerks, as emotionally unavailable, bad, and like, yeah, I don't know. I think things have just changed for the better. I need to drink something. I'm so dehydrated constantly. I hate it. I hate being sick. I hate it. I hate this feeling. I'm so annoyed. I was feeling extremely irritable yesterday too when I was playing Resident Evil 4. And obviously it's normal to like rage and get angry when you're trying to do a very complicated run of a game and be speed running and stuff. But I'm feeling more irritable than normal. I'm feeling like I'm so easily annoyed because I got goop in my eyes. I'm feeling sick. I'm fed up. Maybe I have like, oh yeah, I'm for sure dehydrated. I think I'm just burning through a lot of I think I just burned through a lot of my energy right now, and I'm very thirsty all the time because I'm sick and my eyes are messed up and everything, so I'm just like a little more on edge than usual. I don't know how you don't rage much with older games. Like what games? Because it kind of depends. I feel like I just have really good control over my emotional. I'm usually very well adjusted in terms of my emotional responses. So when I'm doing something that's very annoying or makes me angry, I've gotten really good at just taking a breath, being like, well, this is annoying. I'm gonna acknowledge that I feel that way, and I'm just gonna push through it. I'm just gonna deal with it, even if it's annoying. Older games have a tendency to have some frustrating design choices to make the game last longer. So stuff like killing you in a cheap way to put you back really far, like into like a checkpoint way back, just so that the game will last longer. That's stuff that that was a very common way they designed games back in the day. And they would do that to make the game time longer, so they could, so it felt like you were playing the game for longer than you actually were. Because you gotta keep in mind, the games were limited in size back then. So, to make a game last longer, they would have to drag it out somehow. That would be like making it unreasonably difficult and tripping you up, or making you get stuck on stuff and do a lot of I don't know, the cheap stuff to drag out the game time. And that stuff can get extremely frustrating because it feels extremely unfair, which it is, but because it's just made for it's like a cheap way for the developers to put less work and less effort into the games, and it just makes you frustrated because it's specifically made to be anger inducing in a way. So I think also that makes me less likely to get angry when I notice that something is made unreasonably difficult or unreasonably, it's like bad design. I can't get that angry at it because I feel like this was something they knowingly did, or knowingly they're so bad at their job they didn't know. That would be worse, actually. It'd be worse if they knew that it was bad and still kept it in. Like the Clank section in Secret Agent Clank. That was terrible. That was awful. That made me more angry because I knew that the developers would have known that this was bad, and they still left it in, and they still put it in and left it like that because they wanted to drag out the time. They wanted the game to last longer.
But I'd rather forward your request.
It wasn't like it was difficult or anything. It was just it took forever to finish or to do. And when you're wasting my time on purpose like that, so blatantly, just wasting my time, not by making something that difficult, just making it so that you have to do it for hours upon hours. That is what gets me. That is what makes me really angry and annoyed, because now you have designed the game specifically to just waste my time and be shitty and annoying. And that gets me way more upset than the game being difficult or broken or something, because I can kind of deal with that. I can kind of be like, oh well, that's unfortunate, or I wish that was done better or something like that. But yeah. Whoa. Okay. I was trying to read chat while I walked off. Not a good idea. Old racing games are interesting because I do actually think Burnout 3 is still one of my favorite racing games. New racing games are boring to me. I don't know why. I just don't. I can't get into them. They're not that interesting. Like, I played a lot of Need for Speed, the latest ones. The Unbound and the other one before that. I forget the name. And they're fine. They're like generic. It's kind of like the Call of Duty of the racing world, you know? They're not that interesting or fun to play. You're kind of just like generic, incremental improvements over stuff we've seen a million times already. So it kind of gets boring. Kind of gets to a point where why would I want to play another one of them? I've already played the one Need for Speed game. I played all of them. it's just hard to get into, I think, because I've already played so many of them so many times that I feel like none of them are doing anything better than Burnout 3 did. It's kind of like the Bethesda thing again, where a lot of racing games just don't have a gimmick or have like a hook that keeps me invested or interested in playing the game. Okay. But the thing is, I do like racing games. It just depends on what kind of game it is and what it does. And I just think the feeling that I got playing Need for Speed, Most Wanted, and Carbon and stuff is something that modern games haven't been able to recapture. There's something missing. There's something that they're not doing that's making the games feel dry and feel boring, because I loved Midnight Club. The Midnight Club series was great. I loved it. And I loved Burnout. And I had a lot of fun with the early Need for Speed games. But the newer ones just, they feel generic. They feel very plain. They feel very like they're not trying. It feels like it's nothing new is happening, nothing interesting, nothing. I don't know. I feel like I'm bored with them. Like there's nothing they offer that I haven't already seen or tried or felt already. They need to do something new, something interesting, something drastically different for me to even want to pick up like a racing game again. Like Dirt is fine. It's okay if you like realistic racing and stuff, but it's still not really for me. And Forza is also like, it's a fun arcade game, but it's also not entirely for me because I get kind of bored with it. It's just like you're just driving a car around and then you change it and then you drive a different car and you drive around. And you go real fast or you go real slow depending on which car you have. And that's basically it. I kind of miss I think I miss racing games with a big story or something happening in it that motivates me to want to do something in the game. I like it when characters have a motivation, or I have a motivation to get a better car. Like, it's not just getting a new car, getting a new thing, and then nothing really happens. I like it when you have an incentive to be like, oh, he stole my car, now I have to work my way up the list over all the racers to get my car back. That's what made Most Wanted cool, because it's like, you had such a cool car that you really liked, the BMW, and then he took it. He took your car. So you gotta get it back. And that's like a fun... I thought that was a good way, like a driving motivation for the game. And it was so simple, and it just worked. It was a good... And you felt like there was an ownership to the cars you had. It felt like you actually owned them. It didn't feel like you just... I don't know, something about the economy and the way cars are priced and how you get them, how you change them, how you customize them, everything it doesn't feel like you own a car in newer games. It just feels like you're leasing a car and you get to customize it for some reason. I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like you don't have any ownership over any of the cars that you actually get.
We can use them to take out the force field.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you guys. Can you guys hurry up? You're boring me. Start doing stuff. Stop standing still. Stinky. They're constantly saying like, hurry up, Ratchet, hurry up. They're gonna bring in reinforcement, and then they're just standing there idly doing nothing.
That force field.
Right away, Miss Tailwind. Coming through! Alright.
Yeah, I mean, this game is, since I've completed the story, this is just brainless fun. This is not, I'm not playing this for the story, I'm not playing this for anything else besides just completing it 100%. And sometimes that's okay. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with playing Forza. I'm not saying it's wrong to like any of those games. It's just that when I remember having fun with racing games, I remember it being predicated on some sort of gimmick. Like in Burnout, we had the crash out stuff, where you actually had to crash and total other cars and whatnot, and that was fun. That was really fun how, and it felt good too when you crushed other cars. It was like a good, the car handling and everything. It just felt right. It felt great. Okay, I'm getting really tired of hearing all them talking over me all the time. Hold on, can I turn off speech? Yes. Goodbye. I just wish more games tried out new things and went back to what worked. And it's kind of like how the I haven't tried it, but I heard that Assassin's Creed Mirage is basically like back to form Assassin's Creed, and I've heard a lot of people say that all the stuff they actually like about the game is... Oh, does it reset all my progress? Okay, that makes me just want to use this. Fuck this part then. Mirage goes back to like the first 3 games, kind of. And everything that people like about those games are all the people are saying that the things they don't like about it is the writing, which is not related to the gameplay. The gameplay is what they like the most, which is just the classic Assassin's Creed gameplay. I gotta be honest, the last Assassin's Creed game I remember really liking or enjoying is Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Maybe that's because I got to talk to Karl Marx, but I don't know. Okay. I'm trying to drink a lot of soda now because I'm so dehydrated. I don't know why. I feel extremely overheated and very dehydrated. I don't know how it even happened. I don't know. I've been looking at videos about voice training. I find it interesting. Like trying to do like a woman voice. I don't know if I'd be able to do it, but it's just interesting to see how someone with a very deep voice can actually do an incredibly convincing voice as a woman. It's basically the "it's never too late" thing. It really isn't. You can just at any time, if you feel like it, you can do whatever you want, kind of thing. BioShock Infinite is, I think it's a very good game, and it's very beginner friendly. Even if you're not super familiar with first-person shooters, you can still kind of get into it without it being too difficult. With some other games, like Fallout and stuff, I would say it's a lot more difficult to get into because you're not used to all the RPG mechanics mixed in with the first-person shooting stuff, I guess. So it's kind of like there's probably like a chart out there, like which games are recommended for people who want to get into first-person shooters, like recommended starting games and stuff, and like charts over must-play games. I get the feeling that you would really like the first Bioshock game, Jam. I think that would actually be pretty much up your alley. Yeah, Skyrim is it's very slow, and you have to really... It asks you to roleplay and live as the character vicariously quite a bit. So if you can't get into the role-playing aspect of it, which is already difficult with the game being how it is, then you're probably just not gonna have a great time with it. The Big Daddies are technically just... In the second game, you play as a Big Daddy. So you're technically... They're not... It's complicated, but... They're basically just protecting the little sisters. So it's easier to play the game knowing what their role is and what they are. Because they're technically just protecting the little sisters. They're just... That's why they're called the Big Daddies, because they're just like protecting them. The lore is really good for the series. I really love the commentary on libertarianism and those kind of stuff, those kind of things, because it's a really good way. It's a really good commentary on how those systems would fail, given that they're basically whoever is the strongest survives kind of thing, and they just kind of fully play or lean into that. Like, what if they made like underwater city with libertarian style laws where everyone just fends for themselves? What would happen? And you kind of see what happens, and it doesn't go that well because they did think about a lot of stuff. They did let it play out, no, it's very interesting just going through all the stuff in the world and looking at how it failed and what happened and how it slowly broke down over time. And I don't know, it's I like it. I think it's good. Maybe you don't have to play the game. Maybe you can just watch someone else play it. There's plenty of really good playthroughs by other people on YouTube. I think there's maybe... I could probably play some of them myself, because there's a lot of YouTubers who don't cover the older games. Because when YouTube really kicked off and people like Markiplier and all these people started playing games and stuff, it was mostly like Amnesia and a lot of that type of thing. But I'm not sure if I've seen that many big YouTubers cover older games like the original Bioshock. And I think there's a market for that. There's probably a lot of people out there who are interested in seeing and playing and getting into older games covered by people in a more professional sense. Kind of like how I'm doing now. I'm kind of doing it. With Ratchet and Clank, basically. If I wanted to do it like in a professional, like big YouTuber format, I would make it into like, I would probably edit my videos and make it into like not like an essay or anything, but more like a not like a video essay, but more like a professional style video where I do chapters and I have a specific thing I talk about per episode and I comment and react more instead of it just being a stream. I hate the cragmites. They're so stinky. I'm glad you've at least checked out gameplay so you know what Bioshock is about. It is a interesting piece of gaming history, for sure. I'm really kind of sad or bummed out about the fact that they probably won't make any more of them, at least anytime soon. We do have System Shock though, which is kind of adjacent. I really like the System Shock remake. That was a really good game. I had a lot of fun playing that one. System Shock is basically like what started the shock genre. Even before Bioshock, obviously, it's just like Bioshock is the spiritual successor to System Shock. It's kind of how like we call a whole genre for Metroidvania, because it's the game design is based on Metroid games and Castlevania games. Whoops. Yeah, I don't always watch lore videos myself, but I had to watch that lore video on Alan Wake because I was still very confused by everything happening in Alan Wake. It was kind of hard to follow because the way they told the story in the original game is a little confusing. It's still a really good game. It's unless you read stuff and you follow the comics and you really pay attention and keep up with everything, it's really hard to actually know everything that's going on in that game, despite my love for it. But I think that's why I also liked it, because it's difficult to follow because it's scary and everything is weird, and it's supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be kind of different and kind of make you uneasy. Yeah, I actually don't know much about anything outside of Fallout 3, I think. I didn't even finish Fallout New Vegas because it keeps crashing and keeps breaking on me. So I don't feel like I want to even finish it, or I keep trying to play it, and every time I play it, I get to a certain point in the history, and in the story, and it breaks. It just fucking breaks, and I can't finish the fucking game. And it's so annoying. I tried patches, I've tried fixes, I've used console commands. Every time it just ruins my experience with the game. I don't want to play a game that's so broken that every time I try to play it, something breaks, and it's like it's game breaking. It's game breaking to the point where I can't finish the story. I can't even finish the fucking story. Why am I supposed to play a game I can't even finish? So for all the people who love New Vegas, I'm very happy that you got to play it, because I can't seem to play it no matter how much I try, it always breaks. It doesn't work. It's broken. I'd rather just watch a lore video on it, honestly, at this point, because it's so impossible for me to play. It just breaks all the time. I don't know what it is. I was able to finish Fallout 3. I played Fallout 3 multiple times. I played it with and without mods, and it never broke. The main story never broke. The game always made me, I was always able to finish the game. I was always able to get to the end. With New Vegas, I've never been able to. It always breaks. It breaks constantly, and it's so bad. I've tried so many mods and different patches and different solutions. The game is just, it doesn't work. I don't know why. I don't know what you can even do to yeah. I kind of feel like I just given up on it, honestly. Like, you like New Vegas, then good for you. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna turn up the fan a little bit here. I'm overheating. I think maybe I have a fever or something. I'm gonna have to check later, but I'm usually not. The temperature in my room is completely normal, so it's not that. Okay, now we got Clank back. Oh yeah, I probably don't need to go back because I have gotten all the collectibles anyway. Okay, I gotta drink more because I'm so incredibly dehydrated for some reason. So I did save a ton. I have a thing in video games where I'm extremely good at saving the game. I save every hour or so, and I never delete the save until I've reassured that every other quest is fine, and I can still complete the game. And once New Vegas started breaking for me, I tried to go back to previous saves to see if I could even finish the main story. And I kept going back and back and back and back. And I think I had to go back to like almost the beginning mission. Like, we're talking, I had like 50 hours in the game or something. And I had to go back to the very beginning, like the part where you're still in the little town after waking up. I had to go all the way back there for the quest to work. And at that point, you basically it just means that you could just start over again. You could just, there's no point of reloading a save then if the quest is so broken that you just have to restart your entire game anyway. That stuff is frustrating to me because it means that basically there's no point in playing the game, at least for me. Because if it doesn't work, then why should I play it? It's the same with Starfield, where at least I could play it, at least I could finish the game. At least parts of it works. I can still play it and finish it, and if stuff doesn't work, I can at least just start a new game plus. But there's a lot of stuff in Starfield that I really dislike, so I still think Starfield is probably better than New Vegas though, just as an overall experience. Well, the thing is, at least Starfield works. At least I could play it. I cannot play New Vegas. It doesn't work for me. I've tried it on so many different computers throughout the years. I've tried ever since I bought it, which is probably like 2012 or something. Every year I've tried on the different computers, different configurations with different patches, with different. It just never works. And with Starfield and Fallout 3 and all those other games, Fallout 4, all those games work. Stuff doesn't break the way it does in New Vegas. So I just don't have a fun time playing it. It's terrible. It's a bad experience, and if it's so bad that every time I play it, it just never works the way it's supposed to, then I don't see why I should ever respect it enough to even waste my time trying to play it. If it's not gonna respect my time, I'm not gonna respect the game. Oh my god, these enemies are such bullet sponges. They really don't want to die. Here we go. That took forever. Yeah. Being sick sucks. When you're younger, it's a lot more fun to be sick because it means you can stay home from school and spend all your time playing video games. But I'm already chronically sick, so getting a cold and getting sick on top of being chronically sick just means you're even less able to do anything than you usually are, and that doesn't really. It just means you're having less fun overall with anything you're doing at any given time. They even know that the enemies are annoying because I got a skill point that said stand still so I can shoot you. So they even know that these enemies suck. I feel like they should have redesigned these enemies then, given their awareness. Oh, come on. Use a leech. Oh, never mind. Just let me close the window. It's like below 0 outside, so I can't keep the window open for very long. So I'm not against people cheating in games, as long as it's not multiplayer games. If you're playing on your own time, you can mod and cheat and do whatever you want. It's all the same for me. I think accessibility options is more important than cheating necessarily. I think what you need, Jam, is an accessibility option. Because what you're basically you're basically playing like you have a disability. I mean, and I'm not saying that as like a, but you're basically playing on this disabled mode, disability mode, because that's the mode that the accessibility option that most people would use who have problems playing games. And it lowers the skill ceiling for a lot of games, which is good. I think games should be more inclusive. And I think that no matter disability or preference for how you play games, you should be able to play it however you want. And that even goes for Dark Souls and games that are specifically made to be challenging. I still think that there's a good argument to be made that that they should be more inclusive, and that making it easier for people with disabilities is just being inclusive. It doesn't, if you don't have a disability, if you don't need the extra help, then just don't use it. Like, no one is forcing you to. I think that's like a self-report thing, right? Because people are essentially saying they don't want accessibility options because they don't trust themselves to be able to play without abusing the accessibility options to make it easier. Which is a little weird to me, because it just tells me that, okay, you're just telling me you have a low impulse control. Then you're unable to control your own impulse and urges to make the game easier by enabling what you yourself consider cheats because you don't have a disability. You cheat to make it easier, Jam. Don't. Cheats are specifically made to make the game easy. They're there to change core mechanics of the game. They're not called. Why are you using cheats then if you're not using them to change the core features of the game? That's not a cheat, that's cosmetics. Big head mode is a cosmetic thing. It's not really a cheat. It's probably on older games they're put under the cheats section. Yeah, I was just about to say that. They're put under the cheats section, but it's, how are you cheating? You're not cheating anything. You're not cheating the core mechanic of the game. You're not cheating anything. It's just a cosmetic thing. What do you think cheating means, Jam? What is a cheat? What is cheating? Big head mode is not cheating. It's a cosmetic. It's only listed under cheats because that's what they usually would. I mean, where else would you put it? I've seen you use cheats in parallel lines, Jam. You turn on the mode that makes you never die and stuff. Those are not cosmetic cheats. And your car never getting destroyed, that sort of stuff. I've seen you use cheats, Jam. It didn't feel like you were doing that for speed running purposes, but I rather just I would have rather just played the game normally, personally. I mean, we had plenty of time. I mean, didn't you tell me that you hate dying in games, so you specifically use cheats not to die or something? You know, it's... Sorry, I was just adjusting my mic. Oh yeah, you restart before. I thought maybe you were using cheats in Driver because you didn't like seeing him die or something. Or like dying in games. So that's why you use cheats. You never explained to me why you kept using cheats when you were here and played Parallel Lines, so I had to infer some stuff. I'm sorry if it was incorrect of me. Either way, if you use cheats in that way, it's more like I don't really mind or care that much, because I feel like it's more important for people to be able to enjoy the game. And if you're bad at games and you have a hard time playing them, then I think it's completely fair if you use cheats. And as long as your goal is to have fun, then that should be the purpose of your experience with the game. So if you're not having fun and using some cheats makes the experience worth it, or it makes it more enjoyable for you as like a single player experience, as long as it doesn't affect anyone else's experience, then I say go for it. Like I commend The Last of Us for having so many really inclusive and what's the word for it? So many accessibility options, because it enables a lot more people to experience the story, and a lot more people to be able to play the game without it having to be difficult or a chore or anything like that for them. And I want that. I want more people to be able to experience the stories that are being told in games like The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. Because I think those are stories that are worth told outside of the just the niche of specific gamers playing it. Which is why I'm very glad that they made a HBO series, because I think it's one of those stories that just transcends media, where you can have the story in a series and you can have it in a lot of places, and it'll work because it's just a very good story. It's worth experiencing. And there's some games that aren't going to be made into a movie or a show or anything like that, and in those cases I think it's completely fair to make the argument that people cheating to get more out of the experience and being able to enjoy the game, it's just inclusive, it's just good. There's nothing wrong with that. And if people want to play on easy mode, if people want to play on a mode that includes them and makes it easier for them to get into a genre or enjoy a game, then I say that's good. I I I want that. I want more people to be able to enjoy games, and I might have to use these functions when I get older. You know, you can't take your you can't really take your health for granted, because at any moment you could become sick and you could lose all these health benefits you have today that makes you able to play games. Those might not be there tomorrow, and you're gonna regret being one of those people who made fun of people for using accessibility mode and stuff, because you might be next in line to use those, depending on how your health over time turns out. So I try to be careful making fun of people for using like accessibility tools and stuff. I think no matter if you have a disability or not, as long as you're enjoying yourself and having a good time, then it's like whatever. It's just do whatever makes you have a fun, good time with the game. And yeah, there is a weird, I think that's a toxic gamer culture thing, where people think that being a good at the game makes you a better person or something. Like there's some sort of like it's like a toxic thing, especially around games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and all these games. It's always the, oh, I'm struggling, can I get some tips? I'm really having a hard time figuring out how to beat this boss. And the normal response, and this isn't even like a joke, it's like what people say, it's always get good. And it's like a running gag or running thing in that community, that when people ask for help, you just tell them to get good at the game. And it's a very toxic and not a very nice way to build communities and build inclusive culture around the game and make people invested in what you're playing and stuff. Yeah, skill issue is a new one. It's been a thing for a very long time. I feel like I feel so fucking sick today. I feel like it's gotten better, as in people know that if they're talking to someone, they should probably make sure that they're not disabled first, or make some, at least be sure that they're not coming off as like the biggest asshole in the world for no reason. But there's still like I think a lot of gamers also probably have some socializing issues. Like there's a lot of people out there who have never talked to other people enough to know that what they're saying is insensitive. Hold on, I'm getting more soda because I'm incredibly thirsty. I feel like I'm dying here. Not just in the game, but IRL. Freaking dying. Yeah, oh, the game crashed, I think. That's fun. Yeah, a lot of gamers don't have the best social abilities, to put it that way. They tend to not have enough social experience to know when they're being mean and um being uh the opposite of inclusive. Is that exclusive? No. Inclusive, disclusive? No. What would be the opposite of inclusive? They're isolating the community. They're pushing away people. They don't understand that what they're doing is toxic, and they are basically pushing away people who they should be trying to include more. But they don't understand that they're doing something bad because they haven't socialized enough with other people, and they haven't talked enough to people around them to know that what they're doing is not good. So they don't have the social social skills to understand that maybe what they're doing is not a good thing, and it reflects poorly on them as a person. And that is technically a disability. They just don't know that they're suffering from it. And I guess that's like if you want to think about it, I guess gamers really are the most oppressed group. They got the social disability, the disability that makes them socially stupid and not very smart and inclusive. Weird. It looks like the texture isn't loading in right here. Yeah, I think it's funny because people go, "Oh, why aren't there more women playing games? I want more girls. Gamer girls are so cute, blah blah blah." And then when girls actually do play games, guys are just obnoxious about it, and they're toxic and sexist, and they push people out of the medium, and they push people away from being invested in games because they are being I can't think of the word for the opposite of inclusive. It's but they're basically pushing people away from the hobby. And especially girls, there's a reason why there's mostly these guys being into games, and it's because guys are kind of dominating the space and not letting anyone else get in there without being obnoxious and unproductive. Oh yeah, that's also something that really, that's a very true thing, Jam. A lot of people have this weird suspicion of girls where they assume that, oh, they're playing a game, they're just doing it because they want to be popular, or they want to get big and like become a big streamer, and they're actually not a real gamer. They're just doing it because they wanna get attention, they wanna get whatever, and that makes a lot of girls feel like they aren't welcome, and there probably is a lot of girls that do play games, but they hide it, or they don't talk about it, or they just don't want to deal with that stuff. So I know for a fact that some girls actually use a voice changer, so they sound like a guy, so they can actually talk in lobbies and play games and do stuff without feeling like they're like them being a girl affects their experience playing games. And that's really sad to think about, that that's like an actual thing that happens. Like, people feel like they can't play games as a girl because there's so many like assholes out there that ruins it for them. I'm coughing. Feel like I'm dying here. Oh, it's okay, Tikin. You don't have to check on me all the time. She keeps walking over here to check on me every time I'm coughing and stuff. I'm just petting her head, giving her a little ear scratch. Oops, I died. If you're lining up some sort of these nuts or ligma balls or something, Jam, then I can tell you that it's not gonna work. I'm preemptively going to assume that you're trying to trick me. I feel so fucking sick. What's wrong with my body? Let's see. I think I'm gonna have to take a break after this stream before I can do Quest for Booty, because I am still pretty sick. I really feel it when I'm... Even though this stream is chill, it's not like a high effort anything kind of dealio. I really feel like my body is not too happy with me right now. I hate these enemies. I'm so glad they never use these enemies again, to my knowledge. The Cragmites suck. I hate this. They keep just teleporting back and forward. It's dumb. It's stinky. Stupid. Okay, I got this sorted out. Oh yeah, I mean, anime stuff, mangas, and all that stuff is actually very... There's a lot of art and a lot of stuff in the genre that very much appeals to women. And I think gatekeeping. Yeah, that I guess that works. Yeah, gatekeeping people out of stuff is not good. Yeah, with manga and anime and that sort of stuff, I think there's there's a lot of like universal appeal. You don't have to be a girl, you don't have to be a boy, you don't have to be a non-binary, you don't have to be anything to enjoy it. You just have to have an appreciation for art and interesting stories. So it's not really as loaded as a lot of other things are. With video games, there's no denying that a lot of video games were, for a very long time, very much designed for guys who were into guns and violence and into a very very simple things. It was a very like a guy thing for a very long time. Mostly guys made the games, mostly just guys that played them. Mostly it was very guy dominated. So the lack of the lack of I don't know, the lack of more interesting stories and characters and things happening and art, and it was all kind of war stuff and made to appeal to teenage boys mostly. So it was just difficult for a lot of other people to get into. So I think there's obviously some bullying of people who played games early on as like a geeky thing, and it was like seen as, oh, you're such a geek, you're playing video games and blah blah blah, that's for kids and that sort of stuff. I think it's not as common anymore. Now that you can kind of get rich on playing games as a esports player and stuff, it's a lot more respected, and it's seen as a very different thing now than what it used to be. But it for sure had like a problem for a while where it was kind of stupid. I should use my ship and go get the golden Groovatron after this mission. It's gotten better. It's not treated, you're not being bullied for gaming as you used to be. And I think the toxic, it's like a mutual thing where one side got toxic, so the other side was toxic. So it's just like a kind of a circle, it keeps it keeps happening because one side is being toxic and the other side is being toxic back. I don't know why this game suddenly has such a awful difficulty spike. It kind of went from manageable to being very like you just die instantly despite having the best armor and fully upgraded health. I get that it's New Game Plus and it's supposed to be challenging, but I feel like this is a bit much. Oh, the little fish guy is dancing too. Look at him go. You shouldn't use Twitter. Twitter is really bad. Extremely toxic. Very bad for you. Bad for your mental health, bad for everything. Once Elon destroys Twitter, I'll thank him personally. Once no one is ever using it anymore because it's so terrible and so bad, I'll personally send him an email thanking him for destroying the website, so we don't have to endure it anymore. And I'll make sure to add the fact that I know he didn't intend for it to get destroyed, but that through his actions he has done a great thing for humanity, whether he likes it or not. And I wish him a very happy $400 million loss or whatever he paid for it. I forget. It was more than that, wasn't it? Like 43 billions or something. I actually don't remember. It's such a like. To me, the actual purchase sum is I don't. It's so much money that it doesn't matter to me if it's millions or billions or whatever, because it's just. It's so far removed from anything tangible to my economy that it doesn't really. It's just imaginary numbers. The thing about Blue Sky is that there's no algorithm, so they don't push out a bunch of like people into your timeline, which causes less animosity and less problems because there isn't constantly someone screaming at you and being angry and being pushed into someone's feed and being promoted for having bad takes and whatnot. Oh, right. Let's see. This one. Yeah. Yeah, I got my dildo upgraded. My hand dildo. I think delay isn't too bad today because you're responding a lot quicker than normal. So I think the stream delay isn't either YouTube has gotten better with the delay, server delay, or maybe I've been pushed up in the priority race, that they're prioritizing me more because I'm streaming more often. It's hard to tell. Maybe the servers are just not that busy at the moment, so there's less latency. Okay, let's see. What this one maybe? It's never too late to join some sort of debate club. You can always do that. I mean, that's what essentially Vosh did in his 20s. He joined the Destiny community, which is basically just a debate club, but for always online people. It's never too late to develop new skills and do new things. I have so many bolts and I have no use for them. I already upgraded almost everything. Oh, I think I have upgraded everything actually, not almost. Debating conservatives online doesn't count. You're not debating them over a voice call or anything like that. You're debating them on Twitter, and you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be on Twitter, you shouldn't be debating them on Twitter. If you actually want to debate them, then you have to do a server call. You've debated someone at a store or something. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not like a debate. You've had a discussion. You've had a discussion with someone in a store. You've not had a debate, Jam. You're not debating someone because you talked to someone in a store. In college, I mean, was it like a public debate? Does it even... I feel like everyone has done debates then. I mean, everyone has had like a discussion with someone on a stage or in some capacity had some sort of debate with someone. I feel like that's something most people have done at least. Not necessarily everyone, but... Oh, okay. I mean, it's really good that you're moving people away from their positions, and I'm sure you had a great impact on their life, Jam. Which is, I applaud your commitment to changing people's positions one by one. That's patience I don't have. I just feel like you could do even more with your talents and your abilities if you actually did like the actual debates, not just arguing with people online and stuff, or talking to individuals, because you can only do so much with that. You have a very limited reach and a very limited impact on the larger world that way. What is happening? They keep locking me in and shooting at me when I can't see them. Hey, upgrade. I mean, you can start your own server and do like hosting debates between people you just you want to talk to or change your mind on, or specific topics or things that that you want to discuss. I mean, you have the opportunity to start a server and do whatever you want, Jam. So if you want to start a server that specifically deals with certain topics or debate certain things, and you either want to moderate or be the person debating and have someone else moderate, or not have moderation at all, that's all like stuff you could do, you know. You don't want, but didn't you just said you wanted to join the debate club? You're very confusing to me because you have all these, oh, I should have done this, I shouldn't have done this. And then I say, well, you can still do that. And then you go, oh, well, I don't really want to. Okay, then why did you bring it up? It's confusing. I'm just gonna use the Rhino now. The Cragmites suck. I hate them so much. This mission is impossible to do without the Rhino. Okay, now we got to this part. Can I get my ship soon so I can just go get the Groovatron? You're very confusing to me sometimes, Jam, because you keep saying you want to do things and do that stuff, and when I suggest, well, just do it then, and then you go, no, I don't really want to. So it's very hard to have conversations with you sometimes, to be honest, because I don't know what you want, because you keep changing your mind, you keep saying one thing, and then you say, no, actually, I don't want to do that, and then you say, well, I do want to do that, not like that. And I ask, well, what do you want to do? And then you're like, no, I'm not sure. It's very hard to get a read on you sometimes because it's so difficult to know what you're actually talking about. Because whenever I try to be helpful and give suggestions, you're like, nah, no. To do that, and I want to do this, and like always something. What is this? Okay, how do I do this? Here? What? No. There. Oh, no, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Let's just go over here. Over here. Well, I didn't say you had to do anything professional. It was just a suggestion that's like a hobby thing. It doesn't need to be a big server or anything like. Just be like a. If you want to talk to someone or debate someone that you think you could change their mind on it, just invite them to a server or something to keep it less like interpersonal. Like you make it a server just called like a debate server where you invite certain people and you can just talk to them there. I don't know. Or you can just talk to them one-on-one. Then it's just like more of a discussion. It's not really a debate because it's not like in a public forum. But, you know. I hate the Cragmites. They're so stinky. Stink boys. Well, the thing about leftists is that when you're debating someone on the far right, they're already so far removed from your positions and your values and your beliefs that talking to them, it feels like when they're saying something stupid, it's less personal because it's like, okay, well, you're a far right insane person. Of course I'm not gonna agree with you. I'm just gonna laugh it off. I'm just gonna pretend like you're you're insane and I'm just gonna make fun of you for all the dumb stuff you're saying. But when it's a friend or a leftist, when they're saying something that is incredibly disappointing, it's far more personal. You take it in a very different way, because it's so much more devastating to hear someone you thought were an ally have a very bad position on something. Come on, can skip. It's actually harder to keep it civil with leftists than it is with right-wingers, because with right-wingers they usually just tend to agree on stuff. They'll usually just go, oh well, we might not agree on how we're gonna kill people, but we agree that they're certainly bad and we would want to kill them. And that's kind of like that's the kind of unity you don't get on the left, because it's way harder to do anything that actually it's more complicated. It's not as easy as like, oh, just we can just agree to disagree, because it's more complicated stuff. There's more economic theory and things that makes it more complicated. Okay, beat him. Should I do another challenge mode, or should I just, I don't know, I keep all the same stuff from the first playthrough, so it doesn't matter that much, I guess, but we'll do this. Because I got the skill point, so. Okay. I think I have the raritanium I need for the Groovatron. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, now I got the golden Groovatron. What is the skill points like? I'm missing quite a few, I see. I should look up what the different ones are. I'm sure a lot of them are pretty easy, so it shouldn't take too long to get through a lot of these. Who is sending me messages? I'm just going through some messages and stuff. Why do I feel so sick? I feel el sicko. I see. You're sending a lot of photos of things in chat. I don't know what that is, Jam. Strawberry basil. I'm just gonna send the fire emoji because I have no idea what I'm looking at. It do be things. Okay, I think I need some more, some eye goop or something soon. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look up some guides too to see which skill points I gotta get until I got all the skill points. So just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I also gotta pet my dog because she's being a little stinker. She keeps rubbing up against me and my controller. It's difficult to play while she's trying to get my attention. I don't love the boss music that much. Music is supposed to be playing. I'm still doing research. I'm looking up stuff. I think this track is pretty good. I like it at least. It's the Sergeant Bird level music. Classic. the reason the music is louder than my voice is because I don't have anything that compensates the audio, so I have to do it manually. Still waiting on my pizza. The sparks level. Okay, I got stuff now. I got the pizza. I got the pizza. Yum, 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 yum. Got the pizza. And I got the list over the things I gotta do to get the skill points. So this is apparently just falling down the slime things, the slime waterfalls, which is easy enough. Just gotta go in here. Okay, so down this one first. And then the next one. This one. It just says, jump into each of the 2 gelatinum waterfalls in the thing plant. So this. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right, to be honest. I haven't gotten any skill points yet. Maybe there's another one. I know there's a second one, so I can go do that. The Sailor Moon drink. To be honest, fruity drinks are always the best ones. It should be illegal that they keep reserving all the good drinks for the gays. Ah, there we go. Got the skill point. That's true, Jam. I am very fruity. Same as you, because you're made of jam. The fruitiest. Okay, what's the next skill point? Extra. Wrench Ninja 3. Use only the wrench to get to get through the level. Okay. That's this one. I'm just eating. Oh, give me a second. I don't know if I ever saw the 2006 and the 2007 trailer. That might be interesting to play. It kind of reminded me of a tech demo more than a trailer, to be honest. What about the trailer thing?
This game has not yet been rated.
Oh.
Ratchet, Clank, I've got a bit of a situation here at the Planetary Defense Center. Nothing I can't handle, mind you. Just a few thousand heavily armed robotic commandos.
Okay, this is very tonally off.
There's nothing like an intergalactic invasion.
Please enter the number that best describes your emergency.
To start the day.
I believe you may be their intended target.
You think?
Now they're leaving home.
Ratchet, look out! Oh, no. Well, looks like we're going on foot.
Exploring new worlds.
Where are you going? It's a shortcut. Trust me.
And discovering that Ratchet's past is the key to their future.
So you're a Lombax who doesn't know the Lombax secrets? That's so...
Ironic?
I take it he's the smart one.
This fall, Ratchet and Clank will face the biggest threat in the universe.
Is this about those parking tickets?
Ratchet and Clank Future, Tools of Destruction.
Man, trailers back then were very different, I gotta say. They have a very different vibe than what they currently are. Yeah, so now I have to do this level with only my wrench, I guess. I guess I can just speedrun it. Ow. Leave me alone. No, stop. You know I can't defend myself. At least not very well. This wrench is not great, I gotta say. Where am I supposed to go now? Hold on. Can I attach to this? I think I'm supposed to go on this. I wonder what kind of teaser stuff and material is in Quest for Booty, because it's obviously the game that leads up to the actual sequel, A Crack in Time. So I imagine it has a lot of secrets and stuff in there to kind of tease what's coming next. It is interesting watching old trailers and stuff because it's kind of like a time capsule. It's like going back in time and seeing just how things were and how they marketed stuff and did things back in the day. Okay, so this part also has a thing. It wants me to use the gel thing to, let's see, what does it say? Cross the tripod using gel cube bounces. So I'm supposed to use gel cube bounces to cross the thing. I'm not sure which thing it wants me to cross. Is it this one they want me to cross with? Can I even get over there with this? Oh, instead of solving it, I use this, I think. What? Yeah, we don't need no stinking bridges. Yeah, the 2000s were a very different time. I kind of long for it in a sense of I kind of wish it was a little bit like that for different reasons still. It's like there's stuff that I really miss about it, but I think a lot of it is tied up to my childhood. So it's not that I want things to be like it was back then. It's more like I miss the way things used to be, if that makes sense. As in, things were easier to just, I don't know. It's hard to explain, I guess. I think it's a nostalgia thing and a feeling of politics having taken over everything and being more wishy-washy, difficult to... Everything is more loaded, everything is more difficult to get into, and I think this is why people like the analog stuff. People miss it when you could just put in a CD in a console and you could just actually play the game instead of having to wait for an update. People miss having like a cassette or vinyl and you just put it on and you just listen through it instead of having to constantly deal with the feeling that you have to download stuff, you have to be connected, you have to do things, you have to constantly, you feel like you're constantly tied up to the internet in some way and you can't really get away from it. I think I'm just gonna go to the next planet because I don't know why I didn't get the wrench ninja. Collect all cargo containers. Cargo containers? abort on as the yes. There was something more tactile about actually getting something at a store and being able to just play it, and you got home, you had a physical copy of what the game that you wanted to play, and you owned that game. There's nothing, you didn't upload or download or do anything like server based. There's nothing like it. You felt like you had a copy of the game, and it was a physical copy, and if it breaks, it breaks. If you scratched your physical copy of the game, it's broken. You're not going to be able to play it. It's, I guess that's one of the positives with digital media, where you can't really break a physical copy. You basically own a license, and as long as you have that license, you can just download the game again. So that's one of the positives, I suppose, if you want to have like a negatives and positive with that. Because I do remember having games on my PlayStation 2 that wouldn't read. It would be like, you got the red screen. I was like, this is not a PlayStation 2 media disc, or this is not a readable disc or something, and you got really scared because it had the spooky music. Anyone who's played on a PlayStation 2 probably knows what I'm talking about. The red screen, the scary one. And it was kind of sucky how sometimes sometimes you would buy a game and it would be very expensive, and your parents wouldn't buy you a new one. You had to take care of it. So if you scratched it or something happened to it, you were kind of screwed. You couldn't just re-download it or get a new copy or anything. It didn't work that way. You had to take care of what you got. And that's something that I feel like the new generation, my nephew and stuff, I think maybe they're not as good of taking care of things because they're not used to having physical media and having the feeling that if you break something, it's actually going to, like, you're not going to get it back. And I think maybe them not having physical media or having like an attachment to it makes it harder for them to take care of things because they're not used to it. They're not used to the feeling of things actually breaking. Because phones are pretty sturdy. It's hard to imagine losing something in today. Like if something breaks back in the day, it was broken, and it was a very unlikely chance that your parents would just buy something new or replace it because it was expensive and difficult to replace a lot of things. So I think it's like it's a value thing. Things are cheaper and easier to get today, so whenever things break or something doesn't work, it's usually like, oh well, we can just get a new one, and the consequences and everything is just not really considered as much. Major store here will stop selling all digital media like movies. Also, it's not well, it is digital. Yeah, I guess. I know what you mean. My brain. Yeah, I mean, you saw what happened to GameStop and everything. They tried to pivot away from games and selling physical games and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, physical, because digital is I knew what you meant. Everything is becoming digital, and everything is like servers, and you download games, and there's a lot of consoles that don't even have disc players anymore. So physical media is unfortunately a dying thing. It's not gonna be around anymore for very long. Best Buy. Yeah. So carrying a lot of physical media just means that you're very likely to lose money on it, because most people will probably just get the digital version anyway. Tikin is being so clingy today. I don't know what's going on with her. Okay, so these 2 skill points are gonna suck. Just a heads up. So this first one is I have to take the Ferris wheel 5 times without getting hit. So that's gonna be fun. Yeah, I mean, no one buys magazines anymore. Most people just read stuff online. Hell, even brochures. Oh, I can't see anything. What's happening with the camera? The camera is broken. Even with the brochures and party programs for political parties, they currently today don't really print anything. They usually just hand you like a pamphlet with a QR code, and then you just kind of scan the QR code and it sends you to their website, and that's basically it. You don't really, there isn't any, the place for physical media is kind of gone. It's not really, it's dying. It's not gonna be around for very long anymore. Everything is getting digitalized, which makes it a lot more important to actually take care of things, because I don't remember who did a video on this. I watched a video and someone talked about how a majority of video games are not preserved. Game preservation is really poor because companies that have a lot of games and produce a lot of games don't really invest the money and time in maintaining them or archiving them. So I believe the rate of game preservation is worse than music from the 1930s and 20s. Like the amount of music that they preserved in terms of like total rates, like percentage wise, is higher for super old, like voxophone music type stuff, like the you know, the little spinny things on wax and everything. They have a better archival system for that than they do have a lot of like retro games. So a lot of games and a lot of media is getting lost to time because everything is digitalized, and when stuff is deleted, it's gone. It's like you're not getting that back. It's just bits. It's ones and zeros. It's not physically stored anywhere. It's not archived. It's not being taken care of by anyone. No one is keeping a secret copy of it anywhere because it's company property, so you wouldn't be allowed to even keep a copy for preservation. Because when a company goes bankrupt and everything, they just sell everything and wipe the drives, and that means there's no game. There's no, it's deleted. It's gone. The source code, everything. It's just you're never gonna see it again. So it's kind of concerning in terms of like, if you want to preserve a game and you're not sure if this is a game that anyone really knows and cares about or are going to preserve, then you probably want to make a backup and save it on your Google Drive or do something, because if you can't find a copy online, you can't find any anyone else who has uploaded or taken care of or preserved this game that you care about, or this this digital media thing, then it's very likely that maybe you're the only one who's going to do that. Because there's a lot of people out there who are working day and night trying to archive games and stuff, and I really commend that. I think that's very important work, and it's historically important. There's a lot of historical games and media that gets lost to time because of how corporate structure works, and how it costs money to archive stuff, and there's no incentive for a company that's gone bankrupt to give a shit what happens to the games. So I think it's important to just take good care of all the stuff that you can. And when it comes to digital media, it's even more difficult because you don't have a physical copy. It's stored in a cloud somewhere. You download a copy, and then you just have to assume and hope that whoever hosts all these games won't shut their store down. And that's kind of the problem with stuff like Nintendo. When they shut down the Wii store and the 3DS store and everything, they're shutting all those stores down. All those games, they're not backed up anywhere. Those are just, they were hosted on their servers. But now that they're shutting them down, they're just gonna be gone. They're not gonna be available anywhere. So people like Gerard from the Completionists, he went through all the trouble of buying every game and giving or donating all of it, all the game data, to giving it all to the like a game archival organization. I don't remember what it was called again. You can go watch his video. He made a whole thing about it. And it was very it's kind of sad that people like Gerard, who are passionate about games and care about games and care about game preservation, those are honestly seems to be the only people who are trying to preserve and take care of games. All the companies, all the people that make money on this, they don't seem to care because there is no money in game preservation. So they don't give a shit if all is lost to history. They made their money, so now they're gonna cut costs. They're gonna do another thing and make more money. They don't care if stuff gets lost to time. So people like Gerard and people like us have to pick up the bill and have to make sure that stuff is getting archived and getting taken care of. We have to be the ones that fund and make sure that all of gaming history is preserved and taken care of, because no one else will. It would have been really cool if a government, let's say just for fun, that the Norwegian government made a commission that was called like the Game Preservationists or Game Historian Preservationists or something, and funded an institution that has as a goal to fund and preserve all of video games, and you just use government funding to basically make sure that it doesn't get lost to time. Okay, so the next thing here is use the charge boots to cross the bridge to the arena without getting burned. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do that, to be honest. Okay, so let's see. You are allowed to walk onto the bridge, but you have to cross the first part of the statues with the boots and reach the end of the bridge without walking too much, at least to the cut off. Okay, so I'm allowed to walk onto the bridge. That's good to know. how am I supposed to do this? This seems impossible. Because that fires right after this goes off. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to time that. That's so... How am I supposed to... What? Yeah, it starts like... It goes off right as this even ends, so I don't... Yeah. I don't... No matter how I time it, I always hit that. I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Oh yeah, I should probably put more goop on my eyes. I'll try a few more times, and hopefully I'll get the skill point. Oh yeah, I can go back to the yeah, fuck my voice. I can go back to the vendor and buy something to regain health. That's a strategy. Fuck. It really sucks being sick. Ow, what the f... Maybe I should stand here, actually. Nope, couldn't do that. How are you supposed to time this? This is so dumb. Okay, if I try standing here, I shouldn't hit the second flame. Now I can't even see the flames. Hello? Okay. Yeah, how are you how are you even supposed to time this then if you can't even stand over here? I have to like stand here, I guess. Some of these skill points are really shitty. I just gotta say, this is like... If this is someone's idea of fun, then I don't want to hang out with them. Trust me, Jam, you don't want to get whatever I'm having, because it really is not fun. See, how are you supposed to time that? Because it starts no matter, like, it's not possible to time. It's and you can't stop this the rocket boots either. It once you hit the go button, you're on your own, buddy. I need to look up online if there's like a actual way to do this, because this fucking sucks. Let's see. How do you do this? Okay, he's standing right up against the flame. How do you what? He's stopping the rocket boot somehow. Hit the square button, then okay. The game has never told you how to do any of this, by the way. Okay. What? But I made it through. That's stupid. And then it blocks you. Whoever made this game, or I mean, not made the game. That would be a bit of an overstatement. Whoever made this specific challenge should be put in a very bad place for a very long time, so they can reconsider their life choices. Whoever did this, I just want to talk. I just want to talk. It's the Family Guy thing where he loads the shotgun and he goes, I just want to talk. I just want to talk to him. So I should have had the controller thing up so you can see that I'm actually pressing the buttons, but it's not doing what I'm trying to. I'm pressing square to make him stop, but for some reason sometimes he just won't. Like that time he did. He did that time. Yeah, it's just inconsistent. Oh, what? I wasn't even near the flame thing. That's dumb. Oh. No. Why? I didn't get hit that time. Why did it not want... They specifically made this part just to be the worst thing in the world. I'm gonna do this shit last. This sucks. I hate this. I would say it's more reminiscent of Ratchet and Clank 2 actually. Just because they also they have the arena in the second one, like they have in this one, and they have the taxi, and they have isn't Blackwater City in the second game? The dark city with the where you go get the info from the little bots. Maybe I'm mixing them up. Oh, I didn't mean to go here. Hitting 5. Okay, the centipedes. Okay. Doesn't say I have to kill them, so. Okay, now got all the skill points here. See, some of these skill points are super easy, and then you have other ones that are just infuriatingly impossible to do. Ardolis, Taste of Your Own Medicine. Killing the Corsairs. Corsairs? Oh, the pirates. With a combustor or magma combustor. Even when fully upgraded, the magma combustor is too weak to be able to destroy all pirates without repeated backtracking. So use alternatives for the Thwong's born through swamps. I don't know what any of those are. If it seems more quiet than normal, it's because I disabled voices, because it gets very jarring after a while having them constantly scream at you. Okay, so I need to use the combustor then. The combustor. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. I don't know what's happening with the lock-on mechanism. You can probably tell that even when I'm doing this, Ratchet doesn't fire ahead straight on or on targets that he's locking onto. I'm not sure why that's a problem that keeps happening in this one. I haven't had that problem in any of the other Ratchet and Clank games, where he just won't stay on target. I got an itchy nose. I don't want to miss the trophy, so I'm just gonna play it safe and try to use the combustor for everything. What? Combusting in my butt. Combusting in my pants. You must be starved for any sort of comments from me if that was funny. That was like very low effort. Come on, stop it. I would probably be more chatty if I weren't so sick. I'm really feeling it. I'm really feeling the sickiness. I just don't want to accidentally hit someone else and lose the skill point thing. because I have experienced that stuff happening quite a lot, where I've been doing like a skill point, and then suddenly while I'm trying to kill someone else, a random enemy falls, like that one, falls off the bridge and gets into my line of sight, and then I accidentally kill an enemy I'm not supposed to. Oh, I didn't mean to. Why? I didn't even hit the button. It's more sensitive than freaking modern controls for no reason. I play Twitch shooters that are less twitchy than this. Oh my god, I hate you guys. You know what? I'm gonna go to this guy. I know I have to kill this guy. I'm just gonna focus on him first. Yes. Oh, fuck you. Yeah. And you. And this guy. Oh, did I hit the... I saw a guy here over... Oh, there he is. I hope I didn't lose my skill point. I guess we'll see. Probably gonna end stream soon because I feel like this has been going for a while. Okay, of course I ran out of ammo. There's no PDA in this, so I can't really... I mean, what am I supposed to do in this situation? I don't have any more ammo, so... Yeah, no, I'm gonna do this another time. I feel like I'm too sick and irritated over the over the way this is structured. I don't like this this kind of skill point stuff. At least I had fun with the skill points in Ratchet and Clank 2, and this one I don't. The skill points are not fun. They're just frustrating. They're just making me angry. So I think I'm gonna end stream here and probably stream the rest of the skill points and stuff another time, unless I just go straight to quest for booty. I think I might do that because it doesn't feel that consequential to get all the stuff for this. I'll have to think about it. I'm just not sure because it just annoys me not finishing a game 100%. But also I don't want to like torture myself so unnecessarily for what is basically bullshit skill points that are just made to make your life miserable. And you can tell that when I use more crass language, it's usually when I'm sick and tired and just fed up with the game. Also, my eyes really hurt. I need to put more cream on them and stuff, and it's not a great stream if I have to constantly go and cream my eyes with... Don't say anything. Don't. I know I said said it in a bad way, but I need to go put cream on my eyes and do that kind of stuff. And it makes stream not as enjoyable. I got creamy eyes. Yeah, I need to upgrade this fully for me to be able to even do this challenge. So I'll think about it. I feel like I'd be happier just moving on to Quest for Booty, so I can finally get on with this. The only reason it's been taking so long to do streams and get this done is because I'm sick, and I think that's maybe ruining my mood a little bit too, and the stream, because I feel like it's being such a it's making everything annoying and more of a hassle. So maybe when I'm getting better, I'll feel more up to the task of doing all the skill points and finishing this game. But yeah, my nose is itchy, everything is itchy. I feel so bad. Maybe I'll feel better next stream, and I'll see if I'll play more of this or if I'll move on to the next game. We'll see. I'll have to think about it. I have to do a big think and use my big brain noggin. But yeah, I'll see you next stream. Bye bye. See ya. See y'all. Goodbye. Haha. Bye bye. I'll see you in the next stream when I feel a little better, hopefully. I really hope. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I'll be back with more Ratchet and Clank, whether it be this one or Quest for Booty. I don't know yet, but we'll see. I'll look into which game I'll play next, if I'm gonna finish this or not.